for me. Never be ungrateful, no people go sleep and they never wake up. But Jaja rise me out of my bed, I mean, go river and go wash my dread, be alright, alright. I'm a say Jaja sunrise, wake me up this morning, and I can hear Mama Africa calling, alright, alright. I tell you me, yeah.
Breeze a blow and my vibes just a bill. Anytime I see the sunlight, I climb up the hill. Now I'm no work, so I time for me chill. Some whole a meditation and trying to be still. Visions of Mama Africa I float by. Even though you're far, I feel you're close by. The mysteries of life I seek to know why. Hailing the most high.
Rise me out of my bed, I mean, go river and go wash my dread, me alright, alright. I'm a say Jaja sunrise, wake me up this morning, and I can hear Mama Africa calling, alright, alright. I tell you me alright, yeah. I say me alright. Kabaka pyramid, chronic set. And if you know say you wait this morning, give thanks and praise to Jaja. Don't say rise.
give thanks, because this is the will of God concerning you. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks. We thank you for life, for health, for strength, mighty God, for our family, for our personal families, our Sagicor family, and our clients who we also consider to be family. We understand and we do not take for granted, Almighty God, the awesome responsibility that has been placed on us for securing the financial future of thousands of members. And therefore, Almighty God, I pray even now that you inspire us as investment managers, administrators, trustees, and sponsors to carry out our functions with all due diligence. God, I pray that we will have the passion that wherever we go, we will impact the nation. We understand that we have been through so much adversity, but we also understand, mighty God, that through adversities come opportunities. Father, I pray right now that your grace and favor will be evident in the lives of all those who will join us today and all those who will participate in this seminar. Father, I pray that you bless this morning's proceedings. Bless us, Father God, individually and collectively. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
No man is an island.
And no man stands alone.
This is why we need your help. I am Hansel Parchment, Olympic 110-meter hurdles champion.
I am Megan Tupper, Olympic 100-meter hurdles bronze medalist.
And I am honored to be a patron of the 2022 Sagicor Sigma Corporate Run.
For almost 2 years, with the ongoing pandemic, as a nation, we've faced many challenges and have had to overcome many hurdles.
But we are a resilient people, and when we come together, we can achieve anything.
Join me
in
helping to raise $50 million for our 2022 Sigma Run beneficiary, the Kingston Public Hospital.
Register or donate to the cause
at sagicorsigmarun.com.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me look into the chat to see if anybody's polite and saying good morning to me this morning. Good morning to you all, our trustees, pension clients. We thank you so much for joining us. My name is Alicia White, and it is my pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies for today. I enjoyed this seminar a lot. There is a lot to learn, a lot we learn every single year, and it's just such a joy to interact with our clients in this way. We have several persons who are, no, not several, because, gathering limits. We have some people who are here with us in person, live from the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel, and unfortunately, you could not be with us, but we have high hopes that next year we'll be back to seeing each other, talking with each other, and having a good time. Can we have a little commotion for the saxophonist, Mr. Verlando Small? My gosh. And for those of you who were here last year, the way we applaud in our chat is we type 11111. So if it's like a loud applause, each one is like this. So if it's a loud applause, yes. Say, Norman, hello, Norman Grant. Good morning from Mavis Bank Coffee Factory. Look at you. Hi, how are you? Now, that's right, Shepherd. Arlene Lawrence, thank you. Hello, Ruth Harris. Hi, Yvette. Nice to see you as well. And also, I also want to know, all right, stop the clapping now. Done. Finish. Stop. I also want to know where you are joining from. Can we see the names of your companies? I want to see the names of the companies represented here. Seaboard Jamaica, TP Co, Fleetwood Jamaica Limited, Qualcare Limited, UHWI. Hi, Sangsters. How are you? And I type fast, though. Scientific Research Council, hi. Hi, UTech. Hi, VAS Prep. Fidelity Motors, that's hot. Hi, how are you? Carlong Publishers, Fujitsu, hi. Factories Corporation of Jamaica. So we have a good representation. And then the final thing I'm going to ask you to do is turn on your camera, because I can see you from where I am. We want everybody to see as well. Jillian, hi. Hi, Beulah. Wave at me, Beulah. Yeah. I want to see, yes. Can I get a wave from everyone? You might even see yourself on the camera. Is that Jackie Donaldson? Jackie, you don't have, I'm so proud of you. Oh, here we are. Yeah. Hi. Hi, Clinton Lewis. How are you? Is that Clive Lee? As in my uncle? Uncle Clive, what are you doing here? I'm going to call him right now. Well, he's probably a trustee. Duh, Alicia. Anyway, so as I said, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And we thank Verlando Small for beautifully playing the saxophone. And then we thank Mrs. Lucretia Davis, who set the tone right with her prayer. Just want us to pray for her sometimes as well. Now, a special welcome to the PIF directors. And this is the first year that we don't have one of our directors or their directors, Mr. Michael Fraser, former director of the PIF board. He meant everything to us at Sagicor, and we're very, very, very sad that he's not with us this year. And I'd like us to stand, those of us who are able to stand, as we recognize a moment of silence for Mr. Mike Fraser. We thank God for Mr. Michael Fraser, and we pray that his memory will always be a blessing to us. Now we have to give something. I would say in the spirit of Mike Fraser, we have to give something to somebody. First of all, I'd like to say Edward Samuda was the first person to log on this morning. Edward Samuda. And so we have a gift for you, and if you know Sagicor, that gift is going to be great. Edward, are you still here? I hope you never log on and then log off back, so you can't get my prize. Are you here? Are you here, Edward? He says, I'm here. Thank you very much for being the first person to join us this morning. And then I have another giveaway, and this is the way we're going to do this today is the first person in my chat. I know you're going to say you typed it first. Your spelling counts, by the way. So the first person to type into my chat the answer to this question will win a prize courtesy of Sagicor Life. What is the name of the document that is required to be renewed annually by the trustees and which is being revised by the employee benefits administrators to include the new FSC requirement for a risk management policy? I just want you to understand that is not no easy question. You understand? We've been doing this for a long time. You have been trustees for a while, so we're making sure that you are adequately equipped. I do not see the answer yet. What is the, it's true, sir. The question kind of long for true. What is the name of the document that is required to be renewed annually by the trustees and which is being revised by EBA to include the new FSC requirement for a risk management policy? And I see everyone saying, oh, there we go. Evelyn Ellis Brown got the answer correct first. Governance, policy, and procedures document. What a way you bright. Did you Google it? You went into some email, didn't you, Evelyn? But congratulations to you. Now, it is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome onto the stage with the official welcome, if you please, Dr. the Honorable R. Danny Williams.
Mr. Peter Melheder, Chairman of Sagicor Group, Jamaica. Mr. Christopher Zaka, President and CEO, Sagicor Group, Jamaica. Mr. Sean Newman, Executive Vice President and Chief Investment Officer, Sagicor Group, Jamaica. Mr. Willard Brown, Executive Vice President and Actuary, Employee Benefits Division. Dr. Walter Molano, Managing Partner, Head of Research and Chief Economist at BCP Securities, who is joining us virtually. Sagicor Group Board of Directors and Executives, Sagicor PIF Limited Board of Directors, Sagicor Group Management Team and Staff, trustees, company representatives, ladies and gentlemen. That was quite a mouthful. Good morning to everyone, and a special welcome to our annual Pooled Investment Fund Seminar, specially crafted for our trustees who are such critical stakeholders for our business. I hope you're all doing well, keeping safe and free from COVID. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day to join us, and especially over these past 2 years, as we have had to adapt to the changing times and meet virtually. At Sagicor, we're pleased to have been able to successfully maintain our strong stakeholder relationship with our clients, keeping our lines of communication open and staying committed to always improving our service delivery. As you know, it is our goal to provide the best possible experience for you and your members. The PIF Annual Seminar is an important and high priority event for the executives and management team, as it offers an opportunity to bring the trustees together and to update you on all of the overall management of the fund, its performance, new investment strategies, and the outlook for the future. I know it goes without saying that we take our responsibility as your pension partner very seriously and are prudent in managing your funds. You have entrusted us with this great responsibility, and we are committed to you and your members to provide the best possible results for you. Sagicor is a strong and resilient company that puts people at the core of all it does. Even during the toughest of times, we remain steadfast and focused. You, our valued clients, are the reason why we do what we do, and we will continue always to have your best interest at heart. I remind you that as trustees, your roles are also very critical for your members, as you too are tasked with the important role of making decisions on their behalf. That is a mammoth responsibility, and one we know you all take seriously. Retirement is a milestone in everyone's life, and a time that should not cause worry or anxiety once the necessary steps are taken from early to secure one's future. And we are truly happy that we get to be a part of so many people's journey as they prepare for that crucial stage and phase of life. We want our members to continue to trust in us, knowing we have the best team with capable, competent, and experienced professionals who are dedicated to ensuring you have a strong financial future and peace of mind in your retirement. Thanks again for joining us today, and please enjoy what the team has planned for you.
We asked our clients, if someone offered to pay you to do something you always wanted to do, what would it be?
I think I'd want to play for Real Madrid.
I've always wanted to travel the world.
Drawing and being an artist.
A motivational speaker.
Be a DJ.
Be a philanthropist.
In engineering.
What if we told you that someone could pay you to do what you wanted? And what if that someone is you?
Doing something that I'm passionate about.
Get all of the places off your bucket list.
I anticipate that retirement will be a time when I collect a paycheck to do anything I want.
That's my ultimate retirement dream.
Have you ever really thought about it? Isn't that what retirement should be? Paying yourself to do what you love? That's what it's all about, right? We have to plan. Thank you so much, Mr. Williams, for being here. It's so good to have you. Now, we also have joining us via Zoom, our chairman of the Sagicor Group Jamaica, Mr. Peter Melhedo. Is he on? Mr. Melhedo, are you there? Can you talk back to me?
I am here, Alicia.
Hi, how are you? Is it a good morning for you, sir?
Thank you, good to be here.
All right, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to observe protocol because, as Danny said, it was a very long list and we have a lot to get to today, but I do want to recognize Chairman Emeritus Danny Williams for making it out today to be there in person with the folks who are there in person. And I also really want to welcome our trustees and administrators, clients, all of you who make Sagicor Sagicor. So good morning, everyone. I too, like Alicia, would like to start by saluting the life of Mike Fraser, a true Sagicor titan. May he rest in peace, and I express my deepest condolences to his family. At Sagicor, the support of our clients and trusting us to protect your financial assets is at the core of our sustainability as a business. You, the attendees today, represent a very important segment of our company. And as such, I want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you for your patronage of our company. Without you and your members, it is impatient of debate that we would not be the financial institution we are today. This year, our theme speaks to the new normal, which truthfully is rapidly becoming just the plain old normal. The pandemic has significantly shifted how, when, and where we do business. And despite its devastating impact globally, it has forced us all to innovate at a higher frequency. As a team, Sagicor is focused on the opportunities that change brings. This has been complemented by the willingness of our customers to take the journey with us, and we remain grateful for your flexibility. At Sagicor, our mantra for the past year during the pandemic has been to live and flourish. I want to congratulate Chris, Willard, and the entire Sagicor leadership team for their proactive approach, always putting the customer first, something that our founder, Danny Williams, is revered for. As chairman of the group, I'm very proud of all of the new initiatives the team has been able to roll out over the past year to increase our value proposition to you and to make us even more relevant to you as customers. Looking forward, I'm confident, optimistic, and excited about the road ahead and what the team will be able to deliver in terms of new products and services in our pension segment. I want to thank you once again for your confidence in us and for choosing Sagicor as your trusted financial partner. Continue to stay safe, and I hope the items we have selected for today's agenda bring value to you. Thank you again. Have a great seminar.
When we think about pension, you say, okay,
I have insurance with my company that I work for, and them taking out pension, or every time you see a paycheck, you see this because something come out and it say pension. So you think you're taken care of, right, Bridge?
That's right.
Why is that not enough? Or what kind of numbers do I need to make sure I put aside so that when that time comes and I say, all right, I'm done, she's grown, I'm off, I'm going to go on a cruise, my pension can cover it.
Right. What we have now is that we have persons saving for retirement and they may be doing just the bare minimum. The reality is that if, let's say, a 65-year-old today that wants to retire, in order for them to earn an income of at least $1 million a year, they would have had to have saved $9 million.
Come again?
That's right.
My father would say, now that and a rum talk. We have to be saving. We have to be doing what we need to do now for ourselves and for our trustees, right? Is that right? That's right. We have to. We are not getting younger. We're actually aging. Risa, do you hear me? Risa's like, why are you calling me? Hello, Shirley. Miss Carby, how are you? I see Beverly Anderson. I see Ian Waite. He must wave at me. Hi, Corrine. I thought you'd have been here. Leonie, hi, how are you? I said hi to Beulah already. Kisan, yeah. Hi to you. How are you? It's good to see you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to please welcome EVP and Actuary, Mr. Willard Brown, to bring his greetings as well. It's good to have him here in the house. Come on, Willard. And we welcome him. He will be greeting you on behalf of Sagicor Life. I know this is a lot of greetings, but it is good to say hi to you. We do miss being in your we do miss being in your presence, and we hope that we are able to see you, as we said, next year. Willard?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's a good feeling. It's a good opportunity when we can come together and, tell you what we're doing for your pension customers. I miss the days when we could do this in person. I miss the days when we would interact before this meeting and after the meeting, and people would tell us about their dreams to be a DJ and tour the world and all of that. We miss those days. But the truth is, for now, we're doing it virtually. And it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. And, we truly value the trust and confidence that you place in us and in our business and in our team. And we're always exploring new and innovative ways to stay connected with you. Through the online meetings, we're able to see much more of you this year than in the past. We do not take it for granted, however, that you would take time out of your busy schedule to come here with us today. Let's be honest, though. In 2020, all of us, but most of us, if not all of us, were anxiously looking to the end of the year. Because in our mind, we were thinking after 2020 gone, pandemic gone, I'd be able to revert back to normal. I tell you what, it's 2021 now, and we're kind of looking to it's 2022 now, and we're looking to 2023. You see what the pandemic done? I just missed the whole year. But it taught us a lot of lessons, though. And it made us better prepared for this year. And it showed us that we needed to strengthen our digital service delivery and our value-added service delivery to you. So what did we do? The unexpected financial dislocation from the pandemic, it heightened the need for proper financial planning and awareness. A lot of us were caught off guard. And so as a result of that, it certainly accelerated our rollout of our financial wellness program, which we've gotten raving feedbacks from all of you who have piloted it with. Because this is geared towards educating our members on how to make better decisions, how to manage their money. Because we want all of us to not just enjoy a good retirement, we want us to enjoy a good retirement, we also want us to enjoy and to thrive financially in the years before retirement as well. That is why financial planning, we thought it's so important to roll that out. But we didn't just stop there. We continued with our digitization agenda, and we began the phased rollout of our automated benefits option processing, which the truth is it led to significantly reduced turnaround times for how we process the termination benefits, as well as it led to reduced admin work that our HR partners would have to do. And we are now moving on to the next phase of that, where we'll be automating the defined benefit processing and we'll be automating the retirement processing. All of this with a view to making your lives easier. But we didn't just stop there. The team also launched the My Sagicor app, which allows you, our pension client, to have instant, real-time access on the go to your pension information. And we saw that you really like this because to date, I can say that at least 10,000 people have already downloaded this app and are using it. That's how much we realize that you value the digitization agenda. But we didn't just stop there either. Our online application for Sagicor Lifestyle, our approved retirement scheme, is now real. We launched it last year, and that will allow people to register, enroll, pay contributions, all online from the comfort of your preferred device. Now, these initiatives are some of the major programs that we rolled out last year, and believe me when I tell you, more will be coming. We never just stopped there either. We were proud to partner with Findex and LifeWorks, formerly Morneau Chappell, which is the largest fiduciary pension administrator in Canada, to bring a first world training program to our trustees. And the feedback that we got from those of you who attended was really positive. And so, newsbreak, we're looking to continue this into the year and going forward. So look out for the details on your radar. So we're excited, albeit a pandemic. We're excited. We're excited for the year ahead, and we're excited that we will be able to work with you to plan and to help you for your retirement journey. So thank you once again for sharing with us this morning. We certainly look forward to our continued relationship throughout the years. Thank you.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
All right. Have you seen those Life Happens videos? Life happens fast. There's Life Happens and there's Life Happens fast. I am terrified of every single time that I see those videos because I see my life flashing before my eyes. That's literally what's happening to us. Willard said, 2021 went so fast that I didn't remember I was in 2022. That's what's happening to us. So we have to be real ready, right? We have to be really ready for what's ahead in the future, and the new normal is here. I feel like we'll have about 5 new normals over the next 50 years or so. I never want to hear the word pivot again, comorbidity. Type another word that you don't want in the chat. You don't want to hear it again. And then we'll talk about it later on, because we're going to talk about our mental health. We're going to talk about wellness. We're going to talk about how we feel at this time during this pandemic. We're going to do all of that. But I have something more to give away as my boss comes. I'm going to ask you the question. I'm going to invite him up, and then I'll reveal the answers after he is finished. Is that good? All right. So first, and if you're from Sagicor, nobody answer the question. Don't fix your finger to type to win no prize. Thanks. Okay? Which online portal can trustees now use to request termination benefit payment options on behalf of their members? Which online portal can trustees now use to request termination benefit payment options on behalf of their members? Type it in the chat quick. And then we'll let you know who wins. And then what is the name? This is the other question. What is the name of the mobile application rolled out in 2021? You had to have been listening, where members can access their account balances, make updates to beneficiaries, and view their annual member statements and reports. Those are the two questions. Type those answers into the chat. Again, which online portal can trustees now use to request termination benefit payment options on behalf of their members? And what is the name of the mobile application rolled out in 2021 where members can access their account balances, make updates to beneficiaries, and view their annual member statements and reports? And my boss says, stop talking now, because I want to talk. Please welcome President and CEO of the Sagicor Group Jamaica, Mr. Christopher Zaka.
Now, everyone knows that Alicia is my boss. I'm not her boss. Morning, everyone. Special good morning, Honorable Danny, Sagicor family, but most importantly, our trustees and company representatives, which is the reason why we're here today. I want to first thank you for being here. I know you're all very busy people, and we're very pleased to share with you at this time and to reiterate Sagicor's commitment to you and to your pensioners and your pension members. And we also want to advance the cause of the pension industry in Jamaica today, which we always try to do. I want to say big up and kudos to the EBA team led by Latoya Mayhew Carr, who has remained steadfast and committed to always delivering exceptional service and value for the members. This year's theme is quite appropriate, as our modus operandi for the past 2 years has become the new normal. And as Alicia said, probably just the normal. And whether we were ready or not, we had to adapt to stay relevant and in touch with the reality of the times. Not only have we adjusted to this normal, but we have been the trendsetters, as you heard from Willard earlier. Since the start of the pandemic, we have been trendsetters, how to do virtual events, for example, and how to do them well. We have been the company that has embraced disruption and kept moving forward. And it is evident not only through the many initiatives we have rolled out, but with events like these that show that we care about staying connected with all our stakeholders. I'm so proud of the entire team and what we have been able to achieve throughout these past couple of years. The work that the team has done is nothing short of amazing. The number of initiatives and advancements in our digital journey have served as a brilliant example of all that we can accomplish even in the face of adversity. The pandemic has also pushed us to come up with even more creative and effective ways of doing business, and we rose to the challenge. As you heard again from Willard, we launched so many initiatives, including this My Sagicor app, which offers great convenience and added value to all the members. This year, I know that the team has even bigger plans for you that will further enhance our service delivery and strengthen how we deal with our pension clients. At Sagicor, we are playing our part in contributing to a stronger and better pension industry and are keen on providing optimal value, benefits and service to our over 46,000 members. Our country's pension industry is nowhere near the ideal size. It should be much bigger. More people, more of our Jamaican workers should have pensions. However, there are significant strides being made through public-private collaboration and partnerships. These partnerships are critical in strengthening this important area of growth for our country to ensure that we all have a better future. It's of so significant importance that people understand how critical it is to have a pension plan and how it impacts their quality of life when retirement comes. This is why I am very pleased that Sagicor is a part of the Tourism Workers Pension Scheme as fund managers. The pension scheme, which was launched this year, is expected to benefit some 350,000 employees in the tourism sector. And this is certainly a big deal for tourism workers and a big deal for the pension industry as a whole in our country. The scheme is open to tourism workers across the board, whether they are permanent, contract, or self-employed persons. Retirement is something we should all look forward to with great enthusiasm and optimism, knowing that we have adequately planned and prepared for that phase of our lives. We should all have the benefit of receiving a pension when we retire, which will help us to maintain our lifestyle during the later years of our lives. And as the institution charged with managing your funds, we take the business of your members' pensions very, very seriously. We understand what a mammoth responsibility that we hold, having the financial future of thousands and thousands of contributors under our management. Thank you all for continuing to place your trust and confidence in us. We don't take it lightly. We do not take that lightly. We work to continue building that trust and confidence every minute of every day. This year, we will continue to work even smarter by looking at greater investment opportunities to maximize the returns on the pension funds, always being cognizant of our core responsibility, which is to preserve the wealth of our pension members and to keep your investments secure for the future. We look forward to a long, fruitful, and continued rewarding relationship, and hope you will find today's proceedings valuable and to add value to your lives and the work you do as trustees, as administrators, and as members of our pensions. Thank you. Please enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
Everybody, let's welcome Sarah to the team. Here's the company handbook.
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Life happens fast. I'm telling you. For those of you who are just joining us, I see that we have over 300 persons joining us online via Zoom, and you have tuned in to the Sagicor Pension Seminar 2022, and we are happy to have you. So I asked a few questions before Mr. Zaka spoke this morning. Which online portal can trustees now use to request termination benefit payment options on behalf of their members? And the winner was Cheryl Guinness-Muir. Congratulations, Cheryl. She answered correctly. That is Sagicor Connect. And I tried to trick you a little bit. Some people got the wrong answer first. And then what is the name of the mobile application rolled out in 2021 where members can access their account balances, make updates to beneficiaries, etc., etc.? And the winner was Debbie Ann Kennedy for that one. Congratulations, Debbie Ann. And then I asked, what are the words that you never want to hear again after we are over the hump of the COVID-19 pandemic? Annette says pandemic, never want to hear it again. Lorna Jameson Bond doesn't even want to hear the word COVID again. I'm so sorry. We'll be hearing that a lot. We'll be studying it. Paula K. Samuda, I like this one. Unprecedented. Ugh, tired of that one. Face-to-face. I like the word face-to-face. I want my kids face-to-face in school every day. Do I have some applause in the chat for that one? And then Royal Medical, Monica Ewart, she doesn't want to hear the word lockdown again. I have a funny feeling we won't be hearing that one again either. Then Miss Shepherd or Mr. Shepherd, social distancing. I kind of like the social distancing though. How do you feel? Somebody else said vaccination. Well, yeah, we'll be hearing that a lot. And Norman Grant says, excellent presentation, Mr. Zaka. Or no more social distance. I kind of like it. Selma says no more social distance, but I like it. I like that we've been delivered from hitching up behind each other in lines. You don't feel good about that? I love that. Nobody's breathing down your neck and all of that stuff. I love that. All right, so we do have a guest speaker this morning, and he will be joining us via Zoom. But To introduce the guest speaker to you this morning, we invite Mr. Sean Newman, Executive Vice President, Sagicor Investments, and Chief Investment Officer of Sagicor Group Jamaica. Please make him welcome. And the way we make him welcome. Paul, okay, you have it right. You clap. Yeah. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Come, Sean, let me show you that the people are applauding you. See all of that? That applause is all for you. Do a good job.
Good morning, everyone. It's my utmost pleasure to be here at this very esteemed event. Last year we were virtual, and this year we're again virtual, and hopefully in 23 I'd have the honor and privilege to actually meet everyone and hear the great stories that Willard and the rest of the team has shared about their experiences and conversations. Let me observe the protocols which have already been mentioned, but I'd also like to extend my deepest greetings to Director Emeritus Danny Williams and Chairman and CEO Christopher Zacco. Good morning. Pension trustees and administrators, clients, a very, very warm good morning. Now, I have the very good pleasure of introducing our guest speaker today. Dr. Molano, I met about 15 or 20 years ago in a little town. I wouldn't call it little town. It's the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil. It's about the size of Jamaica, or just to give you another context, it's about the size of metropolitan France. And everything that Brazil, as a commodity producer, produces comes out of this region. So it's about just north of Sao Paulo, so if you can picture, a map of Brazil. So this is this big mining region. And we were there trying to solve, the problems in emerging markets at this Inter-American Development Bank meeting. And we were there meeting with, policy officials from various countries across the world. And at this time, the federal, the U.S. Federal Reserve was embarking on potentially easing restrictions. There was concerns around global growth. There were potential tightening. Conditions were not so great. And Walter and I ended up in this, very, hole-in-the-wall restaurant talking about the world and problems. And of course, I don't know how I ended up here, but of course, I can never forget this because as a fellow aviation geek, Dr. Molano is a former A6 pilot, blasting off carriers. So if you ever, have, free time on your hands and you go on YouTube and watch all these fantastic, very amazing and, skilled pilots launching off the decks. And, the analogy at the time was, Walter would say, angels high. And that was when, the pilot called down to the control tower on the deck of this aircraft carrier. And that was his signal to the tower that he's he's about to approach for landing. So you can imagine high G turns coming in. I was just like, all right, this guy is just the greatest thing. And in addition to being, a fantastic pilot who's had, imagine, over 10,000 hours under his belt, he's also a very, very accomplished economist. Dr. Molano is now the current Chief Economist at BCP Securities, a managing partner there. Prior to that, he was the executive director of economic and financial research at UBS. Between 1995 and 1996, he was a senior economist for Latin America at CS First Boston, or CSFB. He completed his Ph.D. at Duke University. He holds a Master's of Business Administration, an MBA, and Master's in International Relations, and a certificate in International Law. In 1983, he graduated the U.S. Naval Academy and logged more than 1,400 hours in the A6, but I'm sure he has like 9,000 other hours in other type aircraft. He's the author of The Logic of Privatization and In the Land of Silver, 200 Years of Argentine Political Economic Development. He has consistently been ranked among the top Latin American economists in the annual rankings since 1997 by Latin Finance. That's huge. He holds more than 27 awards in the annual contest. He has testified in the House Banking Committee and is regularly cited in various newspapers, magazines, and TV shows, including Business Week, The Journal, The Times, CNBC, CNN, The Observer, The Gleaner. He's well published. Dr. Molano is a member of the Council of Foreign Relations, was an adjunct professor at Columbia University, and a visiting professor at Duke University and Brown University. He is a member of the Trinity Board, Duke University, and Beta Gamma Sigma. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Walter Molano.
Thank you very much, Sean, and thank you for that great introduction. Well, the thing is that we always have exciting times in the world, and right now is no exception. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the major issues that are affecting the markets. The biggest one is inflation, and I just want to talk a little bit about what are the forces that are driving this inflation. We've had a lot of inflation after the pandemic, and that's been really due to, principally labor shortages. In fact, every single pandemic that we've had in history has been associated with inflation. And that's for a very simple reason. In a pandemic, you have very high rates of mortality. In the 1600s, when we had the Black Death, about 40% of Europe disappeared. And so therefore, after that, we had, huge amounts of inflation. This time we didn't have anywhere near that type of mortality. Still, we had millions of people that did die, but we had other factors. And there we had changes in demographics. The baby boom generation is retiring. We had 30 million baby boomers leave the workforce in 2020. So it's just an enormous amount of numbers of people that have been leaving the workforce. We also had something called the Great Resignation. And that is that in the second quarter of this year, 20 million people voluntarily or unilaterally quit their jobs in search of better pay or work conditions. We've had a big, changes in the labor market. And the other one is pandemic relief. And that is that the high amount of subsidies and relief that's been given out to people has really created a disincentive against working. Why go to work when you can make as much money staying at home and basically just getting the assistance programs? In addition to the labor problems, we've had supply chain problems. This has been another major thing. Obviously, work disruptions. We've already talked about that. Social distancing, mobility restrictions have disrupted manufacturing and supply chains. Everybody talks about the computer chips and the lack of computer chips. Well, if you've ever seen pictures of a computer factory, people work in very close proximity. And so you can't really produce the same amount of chips if everybody has to have social distancing and 6 feet apart. Also, one of the big problems we also had was with the just-in-time type of manufacturing. For those of you that maybe read this when you were in school, there's in the late 1980s, early 1990s, businesses began to reduce their inventories, and they started to coordinate with their suppliers much better, such that when they would need a part, then it would be arriving from the supplier. And so if you take a look at a balance sheet, for example, you know that inventories can eat up a lot of a company's capital. So instead of eating up that capital, what they would do is just, as a car was moving down, let's say the assembly line, it would be getting, the different components from their suppliers. And that way they could use their capital better in other forms. Well, the problem is that nobody really thought of, a pandemic when they were coming up with just-in-time type of manufacturing processes. And with the delays in shipments, with the slowdown in manufacturing at a lot of the suppliers, then that started creating these disruptions that really rippled out through the whole production change. And last of all was the labor shortages that we've been talking about. It's been very hard hit in the logistics area, especially in truck drivers. There's a huge shortage of truck drivers, and as a result, salaries have been going up. Truck drivers are now making in the United States anywhere between $150,000 to $200,000 a year, which is just amazing. And still, there's a lack of truck drivers. Another source of the inflation has been monetary expansion. There's been huge amounts of monetary expansion. In fact, the graph over here on the left shows you the expansion of central bank balance sheets. The United States Federal Reserve alone buys $120 billion every month in assets, mainly treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. This is the reason why the yield curve has been so low. It's been kept artificially low, but it's really because of the massive amount of buying. As a result, the Federal Reserve has built up $4.5 trillion on their balance sheet. The European Central Bank has done less, done about half as much, about 2.1 trillion. And the Bank of England has also bought back about 1.2 trillion. So as they buy back all of these securities, what happens is they're injecting cash into the economy. And then as a result, you have more cash chasing around for less and less goods because of the reduction in production. And so the only way you can adjust this and make this happen is by raising prices. And this is the inflationary pressure that we've been suffering. We've also had commodity shocks. And as you see, we've seen commodity prices going up through the roof, especially with oil. Oil has been a standout, but even so, we've seen it in a lot of mining products. We just saw nickel, for example, hit a high today that has not been seen since 2011, so more than 11 years. We've been seeing it in iron ore. All sorts of metals have also been going up, agricultural products as well. But oil is very, very interesting because I think that we're going to be having very high oil prices for a very long period of time. And that is that in 2014, the last time that there was a correction, a downward correction in oil prices, there was a big decline in CapEx, or capital spending, investment in other forms of saying. It came down about 55%, and it has not recovered. Now, why did it not recover? I mean, it's normal that oil investment would come down as prices came down, because the board of directors would say, well, if there's too much oil out there, then why invest? But the thing is that then oil prices did subsequently recover, but we didn't see the recovery really happen in CapEx. And the reason was a couple. One of them was because of peak oil. And that is that a lot of the board of directors were being told that by the mid-2020s, we would be hitting peak oil. That is the maximum price for oil prices, because we were having this transition to electrical cars. Alternative forms of energy would be replacing oil. And so therefore, we wouldn't need as much oil. The problem is that the estimates were off. We're going to hit peak oil at some point in time, but I still think it's about a decade or so to go. Only about 1% of the cars in the world are electrical, and most of those are in China. So we still have a lot of change that we have to go through. The other one is ESG. As you know, ESG is the investment parameters or format to have better environment, sustainability, and governance type of investment. A lot of investors, institutional investors such as pension funds, insurance companies, university endowments, told their asset managers that they wanted to have ESG strategies. In other words, they did not want to have as much investment into dirty industries, such as those that produce a lot of carbon, i.e., oil, gas, any kind of energy, and also into mining. There was a lot less investment that went into mining because it's a dirty industry. It creates wastewater, it displaces people, there's a lot of problems associated. Now, the thing about oil and a little bit mining as well is that a lot of these deposits and the deposits that are being found today are in very, very hard to reach places. Depths of the ocean, the Arctic Circle, in the middle of a jungle. It takes usually about 7 years from investment to actual production in the oil sector, because you have to move the equipment there, you have to move personnel there, you have to then put pipelines to get that oil or gas out of that region and to the marketplace. So usually the lag time is about 7 years. So therefore, if we have not seen investment since really 2014, or there's been a big decline in investment since 2014, then we're probably not going to see, even if we were to ramp up the investment now, we wouldn't see the payoff until maybe 2028 or 2029 or beyond. See, the high amount of oil supply that we saw in the last 7 years since the decline that we saw in 2014, the decline in CapEx, was really a product of all the investment that had been done prior to that. So the stuff that had been done in 2010, 12, 13, that was all being basically harvested or being produced or being consumed in 2018, in 2019, 2020. But now what we're starting to see is the big collapse in capex. And as a result, there's not that a lot of supply. There's only really 2 countries with excess amount of supply that can still satisfy the market, and barely, and that is Saudi Arabia and the UAE, or the Arab Emirates. Even Russia is seeing a decline in its production. We've seen huge declines in Venezuela. We've seen, even in the oil patch in the United States, that the fracking has really come down a lot. It's trying to ramp up again, but it's going to take some time in order to do so. So that's a big investment consideration. I think that oil and oil producing assets, such as countries that produce oil, such as industries that are associated with oil, are going to be a very, very good opportunity for investors to take a look at. Think about inflation, it's psychological. So we've had all of these factors hitting inflation. Okay, we've had the labor shortages, we've had the supply chain problems, we've had the lack of investment into commodity sectors and a lack of supply in commodities. And so as a result, we've seen this inflation all of a sudden appear. Inflation that we hadn't seen in 30 years has now come back to the forefront. And as a result, now people are getting used to raising prices. And once you do that, that's a very dangerous thing, because then people start feeling satisfied with raising prices, and you have to change that psychology. It's an expectations thing. People are just then get used to seeing higher prices, and producers get used to raising their prices. And the only way that you can really change that psychology is through a very, very painful type of process. So how do you slay the beast, the inflationary beast? You raise interest rates, you tighten monetary policy, you tighten fiscal policy, all of those which are not very popular. And what you get is recession, because that's the only way that the producer is going to reduce their prices, is if you put them in recession. My wife was telling me that prices have gone up so much in the grocery stores for produce, for example, that a lot of people are not buying it. And you could see the stuff is starting to wilt out there because, it's just too expensive for people to buy. And so that's when the producer then finally decides to reduce their prices, or at least stabilize their prices, because they rather sell something than seeing their tomatoes just, get thrown into the garbage can. Unfortunately, that's what we're looking at right now on the horizon, is a recessionary type of environment. Interest rates are incredibly low. If you take a look at these 2 lines, you have the green line, which is the yield on the 10-year US Treasury, and we have the black line, which is inflation. As you notice, the green line is mostly on top of the black line. It makes sense. Returns have to be positive. Why else would anybody invest? Okay. But now what we've seen is that the black line is way above the green line. In other words, interest rates are grossly, grossly negative. One of the main reasons why they're negative is because, again, the Federal Reserve and the other central banks have been buying massive amounts of treasuries and government instruments. And as a result, they've kept that very low. But that artificialness is about to disappear, because the Fed is really concerned about inflation. It's going to create problems, and it's going to create problems in the midterm elections, which is a very big thing in the United States, where control of the Congress is going to be at stake. This is something called the dot plot. Each one of the little yellow dots represents a voting member of the FOMC, or the Federal Reserve. And what they do is they do a survey at every meeting to see where the different members think that interest rates are going to be out into the future, 2022, 23, 24, and beyond. And so as a result, they don't put the names associated with it, but it shows what the expectations are. And if you see 2021, nobody expected interest rates to rise. But for 2022, now they're expecting somewhere between 75 basis points to 100 basis points increase. So in other words, 0.75% to 1% in Fed funds, 2023 going up to maybe between 1.5% to 2% interest rates, and 2024 going to somewhere around 2.25% interest rates. And these expectations can change. And so what we're going to see is the first Fed meeting in March, and people are definitely expecting the Fed to raise the interest rates 25 basis points in the next meeting. And the markets agree. What we've seen is that the yield on the 10-year has been going up. I think it's going to continue to go up. And I don't know, it'd be hard to kind of put a range, but I think that we could finish the year somewhere around 2.25 to 2.5% 10-year treasuries. Omicron, people have already spoken about this. It's much more contagious than the previous variants, but less lethal. And scientists have found that there's a very interesting relationship between lethality or mortality or how lethal something is and contagion. And it sounds almost funny, but it's not. And that is that the more contagious a disease is, the less lethal it is. You probably could say it the other way around. In other words, if a disease is very, very lethal, if it kills off people, very, very quickly, then it doesn't really have time to spread. And so therefore it's going to be very much contained. And so what we've seen now with these variants that are coming out is that they're much more contagious. They spread much quicker, but they're less lethal. And the reason why they're less lethal is because they're able to spread out. And so as a result, I think that people are starting to get a little bit more complacent with it. I think it's something that's going to be here to stay. And we're starting to see all countries around the world begin to dial back their restrictions on mobility and different safety type of things. The global economy is starting to normalize. We're seeing that now after this very strong recovery, because we started off from a very low base, we're starting to see that the economies are going to start reaching again, a normal rate of growth. In 2022, we're seeing a growth rate of about 3.5% in the United States. And by 2023, we should see a more normal growth rate of somewhere around 1.4 to 1.5%. This is a tough situation, moment for emerging markets because, as interest rates go up, then people start going back to, more traditional type of investments such as treasuries, and they don't want to take the risk in emerging markets. Financing costs for emerging market countries and companies also get much more expensive. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge, I think, for a lot of the emerging market countries. Midterm elections, which are going to be in November of this year in the United States, we're probably going to see a change in the composition of the Congress. These are congressional elections, Senate and the House of Deputies, House of Representatives. And what we're probably going to see is that the Republicans are going to take control. Biden has not been very popular. The retreat from Afghanistan was disastrous. And, the COVID kind of was around for a lot longer than people were expecting. And also the inflation is really starting to become a big political liability for him. And last of all, let me talk about the Ukraine crisis. It's something that's moving very, very quickly. It's in the headlines right now. It looks like the Russians are going into the eastern part of Ukraine. Let me explain a little bit the history in a couple of minutes, why Ukraine is so important for Russia. As you see here in the map, we have Russia. Here we have Western Europe. The problem is that the Russians have been invaded twice. Very, very, bloody invasions, first by Napoleon in the early 1800s, then by Hitler and the Germans in the 1940s. In the 1940s, the German invasion of Russia resulted in 27 million Russian casualties. It was an enormous amount of loss of life. And so this has been something that's been very much ingrained into the Russian psyche. And it's why after World War II, then Russia basically took all of Eastern Europe and put it under communist control in order to create a buffer zone, in order to create a protection area such that the Europeans wouldn't be able to invade again. And so after the fall of the Berlin Wall, then a lot of these countries then started pushing back to the West. They joined NATO, they joined the European Union. And so we had Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, countries that are right on the Russian border. They became members of NATO. Poland, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, they all became members of NATO. Well, the Russians didn't like it. They were given verbal promises that wouldn't happen, and those verbal promises weren't honored. But the thing is that they were kind of happy when they had two countries at least providing them with a big buffer, which was Belarus and Ukraine. Now, if you remember last year, there was a lot of riots in Belarus, and there was a big, fear that Belarus would then fall or the dictator would be ousted. And so Belarus would then open itself to becoming a member of NATO and the European Union. And the same thing went with Ukraine. Ukraine's been moving much, much more towards the West. And so I guess that was enough for Putin. He kind of saw a moment right here, an opportunity to, when the West was weak, we had the defeat and the fall of Afghanistan and Kabul. We had the problems in the Trump administration, the January 6th insurrection, Brexit. We had all those things. And so Putin kind of saw this as his moment to strike. And so as a result, he has now encircled Ukraine in the ocean, on the Russian border, and in Belarus. And so what he is really trying to do is threaten the West such that they give him written guarantees, not verbal guarantees, that these countries won't be included into NATO and into the European Union, because he feels that the Russian people deserve a buffer zone between the West and the East. And so I think that that's what is really driving this crisis. So to summarize, what we're going to see is much tighter monetary policy, probably 4 to 5 hikes in 2022, starting in March. And that's the only way we're going to be able to slay the inflation beast. It's probably going to involve a recession and a slowdown, which is just going to make the midterm elections even worse for the Biden administration. Because of this environment, it's better to be overweight equities and commodities. We're going to see higher commodity prices for a long time. So I think that provides good investment opportunities. Global growth is slowing because we're normalizing the economies. Midterm elections, we're going to see a shift to probably Republican control of the Congress, which is going to lead to more gridlock in the legislative body. And in the Ukraine situation, we're probably going to see the standoff last for a long time until Putin gets the guarantees, written guarantees that he's been searching. So that's it from my part. Thank you very much for the invitation, and back over to you, Sean.
The Pension Automated Benefit Options System is EBA's new portal that allows HR teams to submit benefit requests to us, and members' benefit options are instantaneously generated and sent to members immediately. Members select their options and submit them to us through the portal. This significantly reduces not only the turnaround time for the members, but also the administration done by HR teams.
We have been using the Sagicor Connect portal since its implementation. We have found it to be quick, efficient, and very easy to use. The interface is user-friendly, and so the learning curve was pretty flat for us. When persons are separating from the pension plan, one pet peeve is the length of time it takes for them to get access to their benefit statements. Sagicor Connect has reduced the turnaround time for benefit statements significantly to mere minutes, which is greatly appreciated by our team members. We are looking forward to further upgrades to the portal and are eager to share in the growth and expansion of what the Sagicor team has on the horizon. We definitely encourage others to get on board.
We look forward to all clients fully transitioning to this express service model, as well as fully utilizing all of the other pension benefit options as they come on stream.
It is worth the while.
A fulsome explanation there of our Sagicor Connect product. And as we said in the chat, Dr. Walter Molano is still with us, and he is going to be taking your questions right now. I will say to you, Dr. Molano, somebody did say in the chat, this gentleman has not yet even finished his presentation, but I have to do this right now for that explanation. Only at Sagicor we get a political lesson in a trustee presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Molano, followed by a round of applause the way we do it. Thanks for explaining that so effectively, says another person. And we are taking some questions. For the most part, we're saying a wonderful presentation by you, sir. Thank you very much for that. Remember, if you have any questions for Dr. Molano, please, this is the time. We will not, chances of us meeting him in Brazil like Sean, slim. Slim to none, actually. So since he's here, let us ask the questions that we have. And also, I did say earlier on that there are some persons here at the Pegasus with us. And I don't want to know how to hurt, like we choose favorites and all kind of, no, we never do that. Only Sagicor team members who are presenting are here in the room. There's no one else. If we had a choice, we would have chosen you, I promise. But only Sagicor team members are here, so rest assured, we didn't choose any over anybody else. If you have a question, once again, please type it into the chat. I know that there are some persons from Sagicor who are also here. If you have a question, please WhatsApp it to me. I can also see it, and I can ask that question as well. I know that there was a very robust discussion happening just now based on Dr. Molano's presentation, and I understand, Dr. Molano, that you are able to go even deeper and further into various topics. It was an excellent economic presentation, excellent political presentation as well. Thank you so much. By the way, where are you right now?
I am in very, very cold Connecticut.
Oh, you're in. Oh dear. Next time you're presenting, we'll try and bring you here.
Oh, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Once again, if you have any questions at all for Dr. Molano, please type it into the chat. Or if you, let's just say you happen to have my number, please WhatsApp your question to me. Dr. Molano is more than happy to answer any question that you might have. Annette asks Dr. Molano, can you explain the Jamaican economy and the outlook for the future? Well, it's not finished yet, but I'm not sure if this is a question for you. So we might, if you would like, I would love for you to comment, if you are so willing. Where should we go economy-wise, if you can, for the benefit of entrepreneurs and new businesses?
Again, I'm going to let Sean focus on that, but I think that Jamaica has done a very good job in reprofiling its debt, in improving its fiscal numbers. And, you know, I think that Jamaica it's on a pretty good trajectory of focusing on services, on tourism, and also on the mining resources that it has. But again, I think I would refer to him.
All right, Sean, can you join me here?
Hey, thanks for the question. Was that from Ruth or who? Sorry. So
Annette.
Annette. Thanks for the question, Annette. So we're actually going to dig into it a little we're going to dig into it later in a lot more detail, but just to answer your question, you know, we think the outlook for Jamaica in 22 and 23 is fairly constructive. After the economy declined 10% in 2021, we believe, after the economy in 2020, with the economy rebounded quite strongly last year, 4.4%. We think the economic growth is also going to be fairly above trend. You know, Jamaica has been a country that grows about 2%, 2.5% every year. We think that this year the economy is going to grow probably north of 4%. What are the upside risks to that? On the upside, well, I think we've heard from the Prime Minister that there's going to be very low probabilities of further lockdown or really, restrictions on activity. And I'm not sure about where you guys are, but driving into work has taken 20 minutes longer, relative to, same time last year. So there's definitely people on the streets. We think this is going to lead to, further increases in domestic demand. If you think of, the structure of our economy is that 2/3 of it is really driven by me and you going out and buying things and consuming things, and that money gets circulated all around, and that's what drives the economy. So we think that's, in terms of upside risk to growth, that's certainly going to, probably push the north of that 4%. Also thinking about what's going to lead growth to be a little higher. Well, if, Omicron fears dissipate, as, Dr. Molano was talking about as well, given it's not as contagious as other variants has been, then we think that that's, people are going to want to travel more. And again, go on your favorite hotel on the North Coast and try getting a room. And, make sure you're sitting down when you check, one, if you can get a room and how much you have to pay for the room. That's another thing, right? So the tourism sector, we think, should continue to rebound quite strongly. And as well, if you look around your neighborhood or if you come into any major city, you'll see, cranes are still up. There's still a lot of construction going on. So real estate sector, anything tied to infrastructure and really, strengthening the pillars of our economy, we think that's going to continue to do well. So those are things which are going to be kind of tailwinds for growth. What's going to probably put, some pressure on growth? Well, as Ali said, we're still not past this, this COVID thing, right? So hope, pray to God, we don't have another variant.
Did you just knock your head?
Yeah, it's the closest thing to wood, around here.
We're knocking our heads to see if they're... Well, let me just ask a couple more questions. If you could just stand close by so that we can see, just in case you have to answer another one. In this kind of climate, says Ruth Harris, Dr. Molano, what is the recommended investment strategy for individuals nearing retirement? Dr. Molano?
Well, I think that, if you go in, I think that CD rates are going to start to improve a lot. So I think that that's a good thing. And I do think also that what I said before about commodities and commodity-related type of investments are also going to provide very good returns. And equities, I do recommend, reducing long-term bonds. I think that fixed income assets are going to underperform because of this inflationary environment and the tightening of monetary policy.
All right. Well, you can jump in, but I want to ask this other question before. Somebody asked, why is he proposing, I don't know if it's you, Sean, or Dr. Molano, and I mean, I'm sure both of you can answer, why the proposal of overweight in equities when the expected risk is so high going forward? Example, potential for recession, reduced demand for goods and services, as well as increased finance cost for companies. Dr. Molano, you first, and then Sean.
That's a very good question.
With the jump in and the other one.
And
go ahead.
The reason for equities is because it's a hedge against inflation. That is that when you're buying equities, yes, the economy is going to be slowing down, but the assets that they have are going to be adjusted for inflation. So remember that producers keep on raising their prices, and so that's going to give you a protection. So really what you want as much is hard assets. The other thing you can go into is real estate. Real estate is also an important hedge against inflation. So, what are the big protections against inflation? Well, there are real estate, there are equities, and there are commodities. Anything that's something physical.
Okay, Sean?
Thanks. Thanks for the question. Again, you're stealing all of my thunder. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to say, for the next session. Dr. Molano is completely right. Just even to remind you as well, if you look at companies, last year was like the biggest year in corporate profit growth in the S&P 500. It was north of 40%. We're going through earnings season now, and U.S. companies are still reporting double-digit growth rate in corporate profits. And we think that, yes, it's not going to be the gangbuster year that they had last year, but if you just, project that out, companies are still making, healthy profit margins. That's going to translate into, higher earnings per share numbers and lead to high valuations, are reflected in valuation of the stock price. So broadly, we like equities. Dr. Molano talked about the risks around fixed income instruments, specifically even more long-dated instruments. But we think within equities, you want to make sure that you're, more tilted towards the value side of the equation. You're not so much a growth names, which are going to be more vulnerable to a rising interest rate environment. So we think there's a lot of differentiation that you need to be very mindful of. And, the Sagicor investment management team led by Donnet, Faith, and Roberts, they've done a bang-up job just ensuring that, our sector allocation calls are correct.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. Dr. Molano, another question for you, and this might be linked. This question, Marisha Morrison-Moody asks, what's the implication, Dr. Molano, of a full-on world war? And then Mr. Christopher Zaka, sitting in the audience, asked a question. You want to ask it, sir? Go ahead.
A full-on
All right, well, full-on world war first, Dr. Molano.
Well, of course, that would be a horrendous type of situation. I think that it's not going to happen. But, nobody ever intends a war to start. World War I really started. It was just for factors that were outside the control of the countries that went into the war. But a full-on war would, probably push us into a global, probably depression. It would send commodity prices through the roof. And, I just hope that it's something that, and I trust that it's going to be something that doesn't happen, because it could escalate into something much bigger, into nuclear exchanges. And, that would be devastating.
All right, Mr. Zaka had a question that is a follow-up, probably a little bit more specific, not follow-up, but a little bit more specific on rumors of war. Let's call it that.
Yeah, hi, Doc. My question is around Henry Hub gas prices in the U.S. in various scenarios in Ukraine. Our economy is diversifying towards gas more and more in terms of electricity generation, so it's important for us. And our prices are tied to Henry Hub.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
The question is, how do you see various scenarios in Ukraine affecting Henry Hub gas prices in the U.S.?
Okay. The thing is that it's pushing gas prices. And when you say gas prices, do you mean gasoline or do you mean natural gas?
Not natural gas, Henry Hub natural gas index.
It's going to continue to pushing natural gas prices higher, even though it's two markets that are completely, in a way, disconnected, because Europe is getting its gas mainly from Russia, but also a bit from North Africa, a lot from the North Sea. But still, it's a global marketplace, and so you do have you still have the movement of natural gas from the United States over to Europe. So the Europeans have been taking on a lot more natural gas. They've been ordering more LNG from the United States. And as a result, that's been pushing up natural gas prices higher in the United States. So, and not just in the United States, but globally. Now we see it in the southern part of South America, which is even more distant from Europe. But natural gas prices have been going up. Gas that's produced mainly in Bolivia, it's piped into Argentina and Brazil and Chile. Those prices have been going up because of this. And that is that, for example, South America used to take some gas from Qatar. Now Qatar is shifting a lot of its shipment of natural gas over to the European market. And so as a result, then they end up bidding up the price, which then, is making gas prices go up higher. This morning alone, we saw natural gases go up 13% because President Putin then recognized two breakaway provinces or regions in Ukraine, ordered the military to go into eastern Ukraine to maintain the peace in those regions. And that in itself pushed up natural gas prices globally up by 13%. So I think that's what is going to continue to happen. Thank
you, Dr. Molano. I don't know if, Sean, I think we're getting into all of your presentation. Are you okay with that?
No, it's great. Yeah. I mean, it's what we're prepared for.
I also, Cheryl Muir from Virginia Dare. How does digital currencies fit into the mix of things? Dr. Molano?
Digital currencies, I think, are a technology. I think that it's a technology that's advancing. It's a technology that that is being embraced both by the public sector and by the private sector. But I think they're going to embrace the technology and not necessarily the currencies that are in circulation right now. At some point in time, I think that regulators are going to come down very, very hard on all of these cryptocurrencies that exist, like Bitcoin and the whole variety, the hundreds of different currencies that they are. Because one of the biggest powers of the state, of any state, one of them is the use of violence, because the state is the only one who can legally use violence to enforce its will, both externally and internally to a country. The second biggest power that a country has or government has is the power of coinage. It's the power to print money and to control the money supply. So they don't want to release that. And they always want to maintain control over that. So I think if Bitcoin ever gets big enough that the governments feel like they cannot control it anymore, that they've lost control of money, then they're just going to outlaw it. And the Chinese have already done it. It wouldn't be very hard to do, to outlaw these various type of cryptocurrencies. But the thing is, the technology is there, and so governments will then just start to use the technology themselves to mint their own electronic type of coinage.
Thank you so much, Dr. Molano. And on behalf of Sagicor Group Jamaica, we thank you so much for taking the time in cool Connecticut to be with us this morning. We do appreciate it, and we thank you for your words of wisdom. Magdalena, I see that you had some other questions in the chat. I'm going to go to the presentation by our Group Treasury and Asset Management team, which I think will answer or kind of touch on a lot of what you have said here. And in so doing, if you still have those questions afterwards, and if you want us to make these comments, please let us know, and we will do that. Thank you very much, Sean, as well. And thank you once again, Dr. Molano. And you know how we do. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Truly a wonderful education, so to speak, this morning. And now we are going to go into one of the meats of the matter, so to speak. Our Group Treasury and Asset Management team, as I have said, they've prepared our investment presentation for this morning. This is the money part. This is the money part. Somebody say money. No, guy, come on, type it, money. Yeah, all right, okay, Paul. Okay, Paula K. Paula K has money signs in the chat. Money. So we welcome. In this order, Candice Villiers-Bowes, Manager of Pension Investments. Last year it was just Candice Villiers. Well, hey, girl, hey. We also have Neil Kellyman, Assistant Vice President of Pension Investments, and then Sean Newman, who you just met, Executive Vice President and Chief Investment Officer of Sagicor Group Jamaica. He will be joining this presentation as well. We call this the Economic Review and Investment presentation. Please enjoy. And once again, congrats, Candice. All kinds of congratulations for you in the chat. Congrats, Candice. Congrats, Candice. Congrats, Mrs. Villiers-Bowes from SRC. Congrats. What a thing. She looks married too, Rosie and so. Candice, come on down. Thank you.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As always, it is certainly our pleasure to be here with you this morning. I too am hoping that next year we will all have the opportunity to be under one roof, but until then, the virtual world makes things possible. Our presentation this morning will include a recap of 2021, highlighting both the economic performance and the performance of the pool pension funds, along with our outlook for 2022, which includes our strategy and initiatives as we embrace disruption and move forward. The recap will be done by Neil Kellyman, AVP Pension Investments, and the outlook will be done by EVP and Chief Investment Officer, Sagicor Group, Sean Newman. But before I hand over to Neil, I would like to remind you that Sagicor remains committed to helping the people in the communities in which we operate. And of course, our growth in the pension industry continues to be positively influenced by your confidence in us. Sagicor over the years have maintained a market share in excess of 30% when considering assets under management, and we continue to manage more than half of the active plans within the industry. This would not have been possible without you, our valued clients, and these statistics continue to push us to deliver strong returns, which have averaged 20% over the last 45 years. We thank you. As at December 31, 2021, our pension assets under management amounted to $220 billion. The management of the assets remain under the watchful eye of our highly competent and experienced investment management team, which includes many familiar faces. The team is led by Sean Newman, who you would have met already, and also includes Donette Scarlett, Brenda Lee Martin, Faith Vincent, Neil Kellyman, Robert McKenzie, Shane Walters, and myself, Candace Villiers-Bowes. Also, the team continues to be supported by many units within the Sagicor Group. Over the one-year period ending December 31, 2021, funds under management grew by approximately 15 billion, an increase of 8% year over year. The assets under management covers our three offered investment approaches, which are the deposit administration approach, representing 2 billion of these assets, the self-directed approach, which represented 63 billion of assets, of which 23 billion was invested in our most popular approach, the pool funds approach, totaling 178 billion. Of course, the pool funds approach is the topic of discussion today.
Established in 1972 as a trust subsidiary of the former Life of Jamaica Limited, Sagicor PIF Limited offers our pension clients the opportunity to invest in 9 diverse pooled funds with exposure to equity, real estate, and fixed income assets. Over the years, the company has operated under a strong corporate governance structure, with the assets of Sagicor PIF segregated from that of Sagicor Group. Sagicor PIF resides as the custodian trustee. Under the strong corporate governance structure, Sagicor PIF Limited is an approved regulatory Type 1 pooled fund with the sole purpose of investing assets of approved superannuation funds and approved retirement schemes. The assets held are compliant with the investment regulations. Sagicor PIF Limited has an independent board of directors who are knowledgeable and experienced, and includes senior representatives from Sagicor, as well as senior members from pension boards of active plans. The board is chaired by Dr. the Honorable R. Danny Williams, Director Emeritus, Sagicor Group Jamaica. Other members include Christopher Zaka, President and CEO, Sagicor Group Jamaica; Dennis Morrison, Economist and Senior Director, Jamaica Bauxite Institute; Elaine Robinson, former Deputy CFO and University Bursar, University of the West Indies, Mona Campus; and Andrew Williams, CFO, General Alumina Jamaica Limited. The board, as comprised, benefits from a diverse array of skill sets. An independent audit is conducted on the entity as at September 30th of each year. This is available on the Sagicor Group website. Sagicor PIF's investment offering includes 9 pooled funds across the risk spectrum. Low-risk options are dominated by the fixed income portfolios, which include the pooled CPI fund, which is geared at providing a hedge against inflation, the pooled money market fund for short-term bond investments, the pooled fixed income fund for longer tenure bonds, and the pooled foreign currency indexed fund, which provides a hedge against the depreciation of the Jamaican dollar. Medium risk exposure is offered through the balanced fund options, which include the pooled global markets fund and the pooled diversified investment fund. These funds provide a balanced mix between fixed income, real estate, and equity investments. The pooled mortgage and real estate fund provides for medium to high risk while also offering for good long-term real returns. And the funds with the potential for increased volatility include the pooled equity fund and the pooled international equity. However, these funds have a proven track record for strong returns over the medium to long term. Under Sagicor PIF, the trustees have the ability to diversify their portfolios with an acceptable level of risk, facilitating wealth creation and ultimately fund growth for their members.
I will now invite Neil for the recap. Thank you.
Thank you, Candice. Morning, everybody. Morning. Great meeting with you guys again. I can't believe a year has already passed. You know, time flies. Happily though, I would have met with a lot of you last year for the first time. I'm happy to say that you're all under, the same roof, so to speak, in one meeting. I've met with you one by one last year. Many of you was a great feeling, and we hope that we can do that again this year, right? So I'm just going to quickly take you through the performance last year, economic review. You probably would have been used to me saying a lot of the things I'm going to say today, but I'm going to say it again, all right, as we do this review. So last year, we see where GDP growth kind of jumped up to about 4% after, that low base, -10 the year before, right? On average, about 1 to 2%, 1.5–2% growth per year. But we had a big jump last year after coming from a very low base. So looks like some amount of improvement is taking place. That is good. One of those good signs, right? In terms of unemployment, it's moving in the right direction. It would have peaked to about 12.6% in July, about 4 months after we had the first COVID-19 case in Jamaica. Also would have coincided with, I would say, lockdowns, some companies actually closing down, some sectors being badly impacted. But guess what? Since that, the numbers have been improving. We are at now 7.1 at the end of last year. So another good sign says that recovery is taking place, right? Moving in the right direction. Tourist arrivals. So tourism would have gotten a big blow in 2020, but we see last year the improvement started. So the numbers again, moving in the right direction, tourists coming back to the island, throughout the year. Each month we see improvements, and the forward bookings looking good even into this year. Another good sign that things are moving in the right direction, and that will augur well for our mortgage and real estate fund also, and I'll talk to you about that some more. Looking on, the exchange rate, so no surprise that we would have had, challenges with the dollar since COVID, with all the lockdowns, as I mentioned, closure of borders, all of that. Inflows would have been pretty low. So the dollar would have been under immense pressure, and you can see that in this graph. However, remittances would have been helping with some of the inflows. We've been having record remittances since COVID. Remittances at the levels I've never seen before. I guess people abroad taking care of their family here, hunkering down and helping. So a lot of remittances have been coming in and assisting, even flowing into the NIR. The NIR would have gotten a boost, to a steady about $3 billion for a while, gotten a boost when the government got, a drawdown from one of those international agencies, brought it up to about $4 billion. So we saw an improvement there in NIR, and don't discount the impact of possibly tourism flowing into the NIR also, right? Stock market. So on this graph, the star performer was the junior market, but let's put in context, small cap stocks, mostly retail investors, also relatively small volumes. The big movers really were the international markets, and our guest speaker would have spoken about it, as well as Sean. We saw a big movement as much as 27% in the US market as those economies reopen and start to show recovery. Those companies doing pretty well. These are the same countries that have been pushing this whole inflation that we have been talking about, but they did pretty well last year, and would have flowed into our international equity fund also. The main index, flat. Not surprising, institutional investors possibly have stepped away a little, especially when Delta and Omicron came to our shores. They weren't sure what's happening, so they kind of stepped back a little, but hopefully, we'll see improvements as we move along. But the truth is, I'll take 0 over -22.4, which was the year before at any time, right? So it's moving in the right direction also. 10-year Treasury, U.S. Treasury, rates are going up, reach a peak at one point when the fears of Fed increasing rates, really got high, so they would have priced that into the market, and hence you're seeing the U.S. 10-year Treasury, generally kind of moving up based on what's happening in that economy. Oil prices, a lot have been said about oil. I shouldn't say a lot more, not a lot more to be said, other than for sure, we would have had a lot of demand, for the commodity as economies started to reopen last year, and the supply would have not been able to keep up with it, and you would have seen the trajectory. Prices going up, and it would have kind of filtered into inflation also, and also our local inflation. As you can see, inflation pretty high in Jamaica. We're importing all that inflation. Jamaica is a net importer, so what's happening internationally with the supply chain issues, shipping costs, we're importing all this inflation. Interest rates, low, short-term interest rates would have tracked lower than inflation, so negative real returns for investors who are on the shorter end, but would have seen a big jump in the T-bill rate on the latter part of last year, mostly following the cue of the BOJ would have increased their policy rates in a massive way. So T-bill, people bidding on T-bill would have been more higher to kind of, be in line with what the BOJ was doing. So short-term rates increasing, but yet still it will still be a negative real return because inflation moved even higher. Looking on the actual PIF performance, we see the fixed income fund, which is our medium to long-term bond fund, beating both benchmarks over both periods, last year as well as the last 10 years. Indication that bond prices have improved, stabilized, and things again moving in the right direction. So this fund did pretty well last year and over the last 10 years. Foreign currency index fund also did pretty well, beating both benchmarks, including inflation, last year as well as the last 10 years. And of course, the devaluation of the dollar would have factored into this. So this fund definitely gives a hedge against the devaluation of the Jamaican dollar. Money market fund, under the circumstances, did pretty well. Given the high inflationary environment, it was able to match inflation last year, but over the last 10 years, actually beat inflation as well as its other benchmarks. So I would say, this fund did pretty well as a short-term fund in an environment like this in which we are currently operating. The CPI fund, this definitely gives hedge against inflation. You see where there's a gap of about 3% between this fund performance and inflation over the last year and the last 10 years. So this fund definitely has been living up to its mandate as a hedge against inflation by maintaining that gap, giving real returns to our investors, and it's one of those funds I've definitely been recommending since last year, and I think this year it's going to be one of the star performers again. Pool equity fund, no surprise in terms of it being below inflation last year. It would have been mostly because of the lackluster performance of the main index. All of the assets in this fund are listed on Jamaica Stock Exchange, but it still was able to beat the main index. Did pretty well if you ask me. And of course, over the last 10 years, better than the main index, better than inflation. All right, expecting better things from this fund this year as things improve. International equities, star performer, above all other funds last year because of what was happening overseas, especially in the U.S. market. Things kind of overheating as they reopen, and their market was moving pretty well. We have a lot of investments there. No surprise, the returns were so high, but it was a little below the S&P 500, but way, way above inflation last year as well as the last 10 years. Mortgage and real estate fund, Second best performer, 17%, would have been influenced by recoveries in the tourism sector, better valuations of properties, generally in the portfolio, so things, looked very well for that fund last year, and it's showing the recovery, and I think that will continue into this year. Good news from the mortgage and real estate fund. Diversified fund did well because most of the other funds did well, and pretty much it is invested in the same asset classes as the other funds. As the name suggests, it's a diversified fund with exposure to equities, real estate, global bonds, international equities, all different asset classes. So no surprise that it would have done well last year also. Global Markets Fund really is a diversified fund with global bonds, global equities. Decent returns last year, but a little bit below its benchmark, but way above inflation last year as well as the last 10 years. Also above its benchmark over the last 10 years. Pretty good, very important, providing real returns over the long term. So in terms of summary, what happened last year? International equity, top performer, right? 29%, mortgage and real estate, 17%, and you see them in order. CPI fund also way up the top there, number 4, pushed by inflation. So I would say all of them are positive. That was important. The year before, we saw negative returns. There were no negative returns last year. Restoring value to our clients, extremely important. Last 10 years, pretty good track record. International equities, again, way up there. Equities followed the local equity market right below that. And a question was asked earlier, why equities? Because over the long run, equities will give the best returns, right? And this is showing it, over the long run. Also, all the funds were ahead of inflation over the last 10 years. Matched inflation and ahead of inflation over the last 30 years. You only see 3 funds here because those are the only ones in existence for 30 years, right? But even as the new ones came on, they stayed ahead of inflation also, right? So pretty good track record. If you ask me, things, moving in the right direction, looking pretty well, and Sean will tell you how much better it will do this year. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon again. So the title of our presentation today is Embracing Disruption and Moving Forward. So I think the best way I can describe this, first of all, this is the first time I'm meeting Mr. Williams. So again, this is a huge moment for me and a great joy that I can see you in person because I hear I'm shorter in real life, but better looking. So hopefully it carries the same. So last year I did this from home, and I remember, the lighting was bad, and it was just, true pandemic, how we have to react and adjust and adapt. And I'm so happy to be here today with, at least speaking in front of you here today. And next year, as Neil said, and as we all hope that we'll be doing this in person and we can get everybody out and get all the rich conversations going again. So embracing disruption and moving forward, I think is a great way for us to think about it. 2022, if you think about it in our global scale, it's actually, in Chinese terms, it's the year of the tiger. So, I think that's a great way to summarize what we're thinking about the opportunities and the landscape for the markets. But if I was to summarize our major themes, it's, it's an acronym that spells PIG. So it's pandemic to endemic. And I think we're certainly embracing that narrative, inflation and growth. I think these are the real 3 key themes that we want to drive across here today. What do you mean by pandemic to endemic? Here we are, as I said, my earlier analogy, I did the seminar last year behind a desk at home. Today I'm here in front of you, and next year I hope to be really, gathering and meeting with you again. So we're transitioning now from, adapting, kind of think about it as you're in the ER room or you're in an emergency room, and all the doctors throwing everything at you. We adapted in that kind of environment. In 21, we got to live with it a little more. And 22, now we say, well, it's here. We're really going to be moving forward. So I think we're going to be grappling between, new variants, of course, and, the reaction that governments made worldwide to the pandemic, right? So we saw the U.S. economy, if the deficit was 5% going into the pandemic, it was 11% in the pandemic, so massive fiscal expansion. The deficit is going to normalize this year. Same thing overall, right? All developed economies, all emerging economies really threw the kitchen sink at the pandemic, as they should have. And we think that's going to moderate. So if you think global growth, we think it's going to moderate this year down to 4.4% from 6%. Big part of that has been, the U.S. coming back down to slightly above trend growth. Again, Europe 7% last year, coming down a little bit to 4% or 5% this year. And really what's behind it is that nobody's throwing the kitchen sink at the pandemic anymore. Everybody's like, countries, economies are rebounding. We don't need to have this massive stimulus. We don't need to be sending out checks anymore because people are at home. And that's really going to be driving, the slowdown in growth. I personally think that there's going to be some upside risk to growth because, this pandemic has been, a 6 standard deviation event, right? Economists don't really know how to really map this thing. So I think there is probably some upside risk to growth outside of, what Mr. Putin and, what's going to happen in Russia and Ukraine and how the world responds to this very evolving and fluid event. But outside of geopolitical tensions, I actually think there's probably some upside risk to growth. The big wild card, and everybody is concerned about it, is the I. It's like a bad word now. Inflation. Inflation globally coming down to about 4%. US was about 2%, right? So if you think about US inflation, chart it back to as far as you can. Inflation in the US has never been present. So 4.4%. In 23, we think about 2.3%, and maybe 24 it kind of get back to where it normally was. And again, the reason why we're really concerned is that the U.S. Federal Reserve is going to be meeting, and banking committees are going to be meeting, beginning middle of next month. And as Dr. Molano was telling us, they're thinking of, the market is pricing in 50 at this point. People went from 25 to 50, so they're really going to be super hawkish in terms of increasing interest rates, because again, they don't have to throw the kitchen sink at the pandemic anymore. They can remove all of this cheap money and kind of get the world to kind of return to normal. So how it relates to our economy, again, Jamaica had 4.4% growth. We think certainly above trend in 2022. And again, I talked about in the Q&A earlier, what are some of the upside and maybe downside risks to growth. Again, if we get another, I didn't want to say it, but I'm not going to put it in the atmosphere, as my chair and CEO would always say. I'm not going to put it in the atmosphere, but certainly upside risk to growth around other curveballs or other, any other, grenade that may get tossed at us. So in terms of our expectations for local markets, we saw the governor of the Bank of Jamaica continue to act in a really hawkish mode. Inflation is a concern globally, and Jamaica is no different. Policy rates are now at 4%, and I would say there's probably upside risk to that. Inflation is going to continue to rear its ugly head. So I think policy rates may have another 150, 200 basis points to go. Inflation, it probably will. It's almost at exchange rate, right? There's going to be two-way movements in inflation. So the target rate is 6%. So we may actually overshoot it, but I think given the actions and the toolkit that the central bank has, that it may end the year, hopefully right inside the target. Growth, I think, will be, probably above trend again, 4 to 5%. I think it will. This is again above our historical average. And I think, again, I talked about our upside risk to growth and what could, kind of lead me to change that view. FX, again, we're going to see a lot more two-way movements in the FX rate year to date. It's almost flat. We've had the central bank intervening quite aggressively again, ensuring that there's not any runaway depreciation of the FX rate. Year to date, or we're in February, we've had 10 interventions so far. They're really out there and being active and letting you know that they're serious about containing, any undue and unwarranted movements in the FX rate, and we expect that between the average for the year will be between down between 6 and 8%. And again, remember the exchange rate reflects relative price dynamics, right? So we can't have prices in the US or in our major trading partners going up 5-6%, and our exchange rate does not adjust. It's the valve, it's a mechanism that allows our economy to remain competitive. On local equities, I think it's a tale of two markets. Year to date, our main market is flat. It needs a little glucose. I remember when I was in primary school, you get a little glucose to go run the race. I think our main market, and that glucose is really returning to institutional players, right? Institutional players have been very, very conservative, been very risk averse. Again, kind of coming out from me being behind the desk to now in front of you here, and next year we'll be, gathering and conversing. So I think institutional players again will realize now that, hey, guess what? Policy rates are 4%, inflation is 6-7%. I can't have negative real yields or negative real returns. I can't sit in cash all day. So I think the institutional investors are going to get back involved in the market. They're going to be a little more vibrant and a little more tactical in their allocation. So I think that there's still going to be some bifurcation in markets. So the main market will probably continue to underperform our local Russell 2000 or our local small cap market. But again, in the aggregate, we think a blend of the two will give you some in the mid to high single digits returns above inflation. Bond market, again, as global policy rates continue to start to tighten, as in rates start to go up, we think that this will lead to bond yields going up. Bond yields go up, prices go down, all right? So just don't buy yield, folks. Let me tell you one thing, do not buy yield, because when rates go up, that price is going to go down. So it looks good today, but it will look good, less good tomorrow when interest rates start to go up and that price goes down, okay? So in terms of tourism, again, somewhat bullish on the tourism sector. I think the numbers we saw for the fourth quarter were probably in line with expectations, maybe a tad softer than expected. And again, there's still a lot of uncertainty out there. Can I travel? Do I feel safe traveling? But relative to the record 2019 when we had 4.1 million visitors here, we think we probably will get back to there by the end of the year. And some of the traffic data that we've seen coming through the major ports somewhat support that. Globally, again, looking at U.S. markets, again, we think U.S. markets will have a lot of, divergence. We think, the main markets will be, again, mid to high single digits, but again, it's looking for value within there. The tech-heavy NASDAQ probably be the least favored one for ours in terms of allocation. Looking at fixed income instruments, again, so looking at the Barclays or the Bloomberg Global Aggregate, thinking negative returns there. So you may not be able to, cover your coupon payments given the expected increase in interest rates. High yield, given its higher yield as its name implies, so these are the below investment grade rated names, you actually have a higher cushion to absorb an increase in interest rates, right? So we're like US high yield debt because you're starting with a higher base relative to blue chip bonds, which have, 3% average coupon. So if you're a high yield instrument, you're starting with at 5 and 6%. When interest rates go up, you have a lot more cushion to absorb any increase in interest rates. So we like the U.S. high yield sector versus the blue chip, investment grade names. Commodities, I think if there's one other theme you should walk away here with today, go buy oil, go buy aluminum, go buy natural gas, because outside of what you heard from about, geopolitical tensions, right? This green inflation, right, has been going on for the past 5 years, right? And what is that green inflation? It's almost there's two bad words, inflation and then oil. You want to what? Put money in what? In like burning oil? Every board would have, taken you out to the back of the room and, given you a big, a hit with a baseball bat or a cricket bat, because nobody want to invest in oil because it's not clean. It's like a dirty word. It's another dirty word. And Dr. Molano showed you the chart. There's been zero investments going into the oil patch or in the U.S. Remember, 3 years ago, the oil patch was like the greatest thing because, these guys were plugging in and oil was coming out. But guess what? That was like an investment made 5 years ago. And no corporate board is, sanctioning, all right, let me go give you some CapEx to go put back in the oil patch. And that was, again, aided by a lot of technology, horizontal drilling, all kinds of, new technologies which allowed the oil patch to be extremely resilient. And I think the U.S. is actually now a net supplier to the world. But again, think about this as a 5-year investment. So we're here as pension trustees, we're looking at what's going to make us money in 5 to 7 years. So we think, because of that lack of investment, you have a huge supply constraint. Everybody is getting back out on the road. New Kingston is crazy. Oil prices, so there's higher demand, lower supply. One thing has to change. Rates, so again, we talked about it. Rates, we think rates are going to, 10-year now as a barometer is at 2%. We think, I agree with Dr. Molano as well. I think rates could probably end up, to another 50 basis point higher. And again, what could cause me to change that view? Eastern Europe. If things continue to escalate there, I think part of the reason why the Fed actually wants to raise rates is that they want some space to cut it as quickly as possible, right? As we have these geopolitical events, or you have another, I'm going to say the other dirty word, I don't want to say it because I'm putting it out there in the universe, but if we have something else like that, they need some space to cut from zero. They're at zero now, they can't go negative, right? They're going to buy another 150 billion a month or 300 billion a month. They need some tools, they need some ammunition, and they need something to dig deep from, go in the pocket right now, because right now the pocket is, running, I won't say running on empty, but I mean, it's going to be completely a new world in terms of, what policy tools that they will have at their disposal to react to another event. And God forbid, we don't want another event, right? We want peaceful life. So in terms of where does this leave us from an asset allocation, right? So stuff in green we like, stuff in blue we like less, right? Because on the treasury side, you actually, of course, we have, retirees, you want to be thinking about having a coupon, leaving cash for the rainy day, but we don't want anything outside of 7 years. So if you're, allocating for the self-directed trustees out there, if you're allocating toward fixed income, make sure it's within, 3 to 5, maybe even 7-year instruments. Don't go beyond that, because if, ceteris paribus, all things considered, the Fed lifts off, rates go up, prices will go down, and anything from 10-year and above is going to underperform stuff in the 3 to 7 year, okay? But things in green we like. So we like our junior market, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit. I think it was Neil, or I think it was Candice who had mentioned it earlier. Junior market continues to do a great job, right? In terms of returns, right? These are the companies we like. I mean, you saw Spurtree the other day. Spurtree came out at 1. Try and find it now, hopefully at 3, if you can find it. I haven't seen where it closed recently. But again, these are the stories. These are the things that get me excited and I want to come to work, because they're helping to provide capital to these amazing entrepreneurs and businessmen who are, finding markets for really, a great product. So that said, I'll temper that a little bit because it's still a small market. It's tough for us as managers of your pension to throw money in the junior market, and when you guys are ready to take it out for, making benefit payments, we're having liquidity issues because these are small companies. So we're going to manage that allocation and that exposure very prudently. U.S. equities, again, we want, of course, be allocated to equities. Spoke about equities versus bonds and what that means for us. Commodities, again, we want to, anything that's coming out to the ground, there's going to be less of it. People putting less money into getting it out to the ground. But we want to be long because we think that the supply-demand dynamics are going to be favorable. On the private side, we still love hard assets, right? Real estate, brick and mortar. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but we think real estate continues to be a major focus for us. And we're going to continue to build our land bank. And what does that mean? We want to go and buy parcels of land or lots of acres of land and, have them at our availability so that we find the right opportunity to develop that piece of land or that plot of land that, it's there and we would have to go and pay, current rates for it. So we want to continue to build our land bank as well as continue to find opportunities to invest in real estate that really meets our commercial as well as retail needs. And again, the rest of the chart, hopefully, you can understand. Of course, keep some cash for a rainy day, we need to make benefit payments, keep some powder dry, so that when, where there's a correction or there's opportunities to invest, that you have some dry powder to invest. So we're talking about real estate. So we have two exciting developments that we'd like to share with you that we invested in through the Sigma Real Estate Fund. This is New Brunswick Village, so hopefully those folks who have to commute or live out in that side of the island will see this exciting new development. It's a combination of commercial and residential. We expect to earn north of 8% on both of these two developments. The other one is, again, if you drive down South Camp Road here, you'll see the construction going over at Upper Camp is going to be a great commercial development for us. 30,000 square feet, which is going to really cater to a strategic and systemic entity for the island, which is, of course, our military, and helping to serve their needs from a diversified financial services capability. So we expect those to be completed this year, and really looking on the hunt to do more of these things so that we can provide returns to all our pension clients. So again, I touched on this earlier in terms of where do we want to be in equities. On the local side, we want to actually take our exposure up in the junior market. Right now, we don't have much invested in there just because of the liquidity concerns and, again, trying to find the right opportunities. But we've been slowly increasing our allocation to the junior market, and we're going to continue to do that prudently. We want to be able to get in and get out when we need to, in order to ensure that we have benefit payments. And again, you've heard of, the California hotel, one way in, no way out. We don't want that. So we want to actually make sure that we have we right size our allocation to this market to ensure that, it's within our risk framework. Maybe I'm more on the main side. I think the manufacturing and distribution sector, you guys probably read it in the paper as well. This sector, has done a real good job expanding capacity, managing costs, seeking new markets. We think that they're going to be well positioned to benefit from a continued reopening of the economy, and we want to position ourselves there to gain some exposure there. You heard about the value versus growth trade-off. We want to continue to be more value-minded in terms of these equities will be less exposed to rising interest rates. So we want to do that both on the local side as well as on the international side. Again, in terms of the sector themes, globally, energy, commodities, consumer remains, some of our key areas that we want to be allocated to. On the fixed income end, again, of course, it's asset allocation, right? Asset allocation drives 90% of your returns. You want some equities, you want some private equity, real estate. It's always a home for fixed income. But in the fixed income world, we want to, again, focus more on the intermediate to shorter tenor. We want to invest in companies that have, stable to, positive outlooks. We're seeing good, synergies, providing good, income streams to their underlying businesses. And we want to, buy bonds in this space that will provide a good cash flow to the portfolio. So again, when we're meeting benefit needs, meeting benefit payments, that we have, sufficient exposure. And again, we want to be on the, short to intermediate side because, we think that, again, all things considered, all things being the same, that, we don't want to be so exposed to increasing interest rates, right? Because, again, rates up, price down. All right, we want to try and minimize that. Wanted to share this quote with you that I thought was quite appropriate. And so instead of constantly adapting to change, why not change to be adaptive? And again, I think this is what we want to, embrace and share and really, adopt as our mantra, through 22 as we set up to have a successful year, and again, welcoming 23 in the right state. So again, we can't stay still. We have to ensure that we're constantly evolving and adapting to our clients and ensuring that we're using what's available and the technologies which are at our disposal to ensure that we're serving your needs, because you're why we are here. What does this mean? We want to ensure that we have Merrick and we have Andrew and we have or Mark, I have to give everybody a shout out because they're key partners for us. And they're helping us to ensure that all our internal systems, we're cutting edge. We're on iOS 12, or I think maybe even at 13 now, but we want to make sure that all our operating systems are up to date and we're running on the best platform to ensure that we're delivering your reports on a timely basis. You have all of the functionality that you need to make your investment recommendations to your clients, and that you're able to serve all our participants in a more efficient way. So digitization is something that we're living and breathing, and I think as we look out to the next 3 to 5 years, Sagicor is really going to be a technology company doing financial services. I think that's how I see the company evolving and growing. Financial services has certainly been, of course, our bread and butter and the heart and our DNA. But technology is just driving everything we do now, and it's a technology company that has financial services as its backbone, as its delivery product. But it's a huge emphasis on technology and digitization. Again, we're in 22 when we can't be running iPhone 4. We're looking at iPhone 13. And what does this mean? We have to ensure our portfolio managers and our client portfolio managers have the best and available portfolio management system that will allow them to make good, timely, informed portfolio management decisions. That they're managing the risk that's in your portfolio for the best return. And so we're evaluating a few portfolio management systems. Hopefully, we'll get that done this year so that we can have some of the best. Again, this is like tier 1, gold, top shelf portfolio management systems that will be able to deliver the returns and performance and the risk and the compliance needs that is fitting for our clients. ESG, Dr. Molano spoke about this again. This is a global trend. This is not something which is just it's not a baby that just got incubated. ESG investing is here. It's here to stay, and we have to figure out and adapt and integrate. I think we've been doing ESG. Been looking at part of the G is governance. Well, we're super focused on governance issues, right? But it's really formalizing it into our process. Environmental, of course, if there's a huge water disruption, do we think of it as the environmental? No, but it's something that could impact our ability of companies to generate their bottom line. So it's really taking what we've been doing in an informal way in terms of assessing risks and putting it into a structured way into our policies, and then using that as a part of our toolkit to drive our investment decisions. So ESG is something that, and I'm sure we're going to be hearing from our trustees as well, and other pension officials that, hey, what are you doing in ESG? And well, we want to be able to share with you, here's what we've been doing from a policy standpoint, here's what we've been doing from an investment standpoint. So we're sharpening our pencils in that regard. I know the team is going to talk to you about financial wellness, and I think this is super important. And I think, Willard, has shared with us, as well as Mr. Chisholm has shared with us, just how bad the pandemic has been, right? And you've seen it in corporate results globally. This is not just a phenomenon in Jamaica. We have to take care of ourselves. Number one, job. Think of it as your job. It's before you get to work. Number one job is taking care of yourself, all right? No health, no wealth, all right? So financial wellness is super important. I can't emphasize that enough. And the team is going to talk to you a little more about what does that mean from a practical standpoint. So we're moving forward. We're thinking, we're light on our feet. We're looking at opportunities in the global markets. Of course, we're here locally, but thinking globally. Looking for investment opportunities, where we can find them, and it doesn't mean that it's around these borders. We're going to be looking outside, looking internally, looking externally for opportunities. Want to ensure that our service standards and our communication with everyone is at the level we need it to be and what you expect it to be. So we're not not satisfied with our delivery. We want to ensure that we're thinking of things before you think of it, and help and communicating that to you in a way that meets your needs. So you're going to look for improvements in reporting. And again, to come back to the final point here, financial wellness. We've got to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. Go fill the prescription, all right? Don't just leave it on the counter. Go fill it. Make sure you have it. Have your multivitamin, have your ginger, have your garlic, whatever is your formula. There's no, there's certainly formulas out there, but whatever your formula is, think of it as the first thing you do in the morning. Take care of you so you can take care of everyone around you. So if you think of that, that announcement when you're on a plane, when the mask drops, you put it on yourself, all right? So it's the same thinking. Take care of yourselves. What's important to us? What's important to us is really displayed on this chart. We want to ensure that when we invest $1 of your funds, that we're able to generate a return that is going to allow you to retire and enjoy the fruits of your labor. So if you had invested $1 million with us beginning, late 90s, that would have been $28 million now. So think about, the grandparent, the grandkids that this could have, maybe give them a little, I got a little money, I got a little $20 going off to college, right? So this is how you are able to, one, provide financial security for yourself, for your family, and this is why we're here. This is what we do for you. This is what we're going to continue to do for you to ensure that when you are at that stage of your marvelous careers, that this is what you will have available at your disposal. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Group Treasury and Asset Management team. There are several nuggets, points that were raised by the team. And as we said in the chat, they are also available to answer any questions that you may ask. So we invite you now to ask some questions. One of the questions is, will this conference be accessible later? The answer is a resounding yes. I know, it was a lot of information, right? So you need to be able to access it at any time. I totally understand that. So it is going to be available, or your pension administration team will make sure that you have a link so that you can review all of the various nuggets that we have shared today. It's been rich in terms of information. So we'll make sure that you have it. I see a lot of applause. And if I could just invite our team, Neil, Candice, and Sean, if you could join me back on stage, please. There is a question here. What is the risk profile of each of the funds? Could you stop squinging up at the corner of the stage? Yes, spread out. Thank you. And step forward a little. Yeah, good.
See, Chris was not joking when he said who was the boss.
Yes. Could you step forward, ma'am? Mrs. Bowes, thank you. There was many congratulatory messages for you, by the way. All right, what is the risk profile of each of the funds as that should guide the trustees in making an informed decision as to which investment to choose for the fund? I don't know if that was, I believe you mentioned all of that in your presentation, but this person probably missed it. If you could briefly go over that one more time, please.
Okay, I can stay right here, right?
You can stay right there, and you can face the camera so that you're facing the people.
Okay, all right. So depending on the asset class, each fund would have a different risk profile. So the ones with the highest risk would be the international equities and the local equities, right? As you can imagine, as you can see, that's happening now. That's the most volatile one. But the truth is, over the long term, it's the best performer. So that would have the highest risk profile. The lowest would be the money market fund because it only has short-term bonds, short-term investments, right? So that would be like the least risky, the lowest risk profile. All right, so in between, I would say after the equities, possibly would be the margin real estate. Again, that can be volatile, but over the long term, again, one of the better performers. Medium would be like the fixed income fund. Well, yeah, the fixed income fund, especially the long-term, that's a long-term bond fund, right? So that's kind of medium. Government of Jamaica bonds, right? Pretty low would be CPI, a steady fund, Government of Jamaica inflation-type bonds. Did I miss out any? Yes, the balance funds would be the diversified investment funds. That would be, low to medium because it's already, kind of balanced. So, we can discuss it some more, but to kind of give you an idea, that is what the spectrum would look like. Equities and real estate at the top, money market at the bottom, and then the diversified funds in between, and possibly below that would be like a fixed income fund. All right, so in a nutshell, that's what the profile is like.
Thank you very much, Neil. Can an update, this question is coming from Mr. or Ms. Dawkins, I'm not sure, from Sangster's Bookstores. Can an update be provided on the Millennium Mall? Overall, great presentation.
So I'll take it. So the Millennium Mall, we had our opening ceremony. Everything feels so long now.
Just say 2021.
2021, thanks, Ali. We had a great, even though it was open before that, we had our official opening. I'm going to say it was maybe in October. We still continue to get a lot of interest for the mall. We're almost fully tenanted. We still have a lot of leases to go through and continue to look through some agreements. But the interest received has been in line with our expectations. And we're looking for Millennium Mall 2. And we're looking for other developments, again, within the real estate sector that we think would fit our investment criteria and return criteria. So again, so we have the JDF project coming up later this year, as well as New Brunswick. So we're pleased with Millennium Mall, and we've not had any significant deviation from our occupancy rate there.
Sean, can you also answer from Marlene Thorpe, another question? Could you further explain the JDF plan that was mentioned and how it will benefit the pensioners?
So the JDF complex, again, is going to be a commercial entity, a commercial complex that we're hoping to complete this year. It's on track for completion this year. So it's going to be a commercial space that is leased. And the lease rents that we'll receive from the complex, that's going to give us investment income of about 8% a year. So that's how your funds will be invested in this asset to generate the returns that will meet your needs.
Also, Neil, this is from Magdalena. Yes, Neil. In response, yeah, Neil. But high risk is high returns and high loss. Hence, the trustees need to ask the question if they can take that investment risk only for the fund, only is in caps, only for the fund, but that there's need to have a balanced portfolio between high, low, and medium risk profile investments. Is that correct?
That is correct. Very much so. So once you have the important thing is have a balanced portfolio, as Magna says, and that will help to reduce the risk once the portfolio is balanced.
Thank you. Sean, do you foresee any deflation in the future, or do we need to change to be adaptive?
No.
That's from Nordell Murphy.
Hi, Nordell. Thanks for the question. No, I think we're out of the deflation environment. Unfortunately, we're going to have a lot of inflationary forces at work now. We spoke about it in commodities. And, Dr. Molano talked to you about labor, right? Outside of Jamaica, you had the great cancellation. I mean, people just not showing up to, it's like, I'd rather stay home, Ali. Forget it. I'm just going to stay home at work. I stay home. I don't want to work. And that has led to, of course, companies. You've seen Target, Walmart, Starbucks. Everybody is saying, listen, we need to. Funny story. Domino's will pay you to pick up your pizza because there are no drivers. Nobody's like, that's not my business anymore. I'm not in the delivery business. I'm going to stay home and continue to find some other way of working. So that, of course, has led to wage inflation. So I wish we were going to get back to that day when I could get somebody, if I was living in the States, of course, because we can still get pizza delivered here.
We still. Now, Magdalena had another comment. Wow, it is great to experience this new generation. I was wondering, of Sagicor PIF Investments presenters. It would be good to also have someone make a comparison of basic food prices items of, say, 5 years ago to today and show how both the investments offerings and annuity payments have kept up with a retiree's income, subject to inflation. I don't know if you want to talk about that now, or we'll do that the next time, comparing food prices.
I think we can do that the next time, but I think Neil shared with you some charts on actually, if you saw the returns on equity portfolios, and most of the portfolios actually beat inflation. I think that's a way to think of it. And inflation, I forget, maybe I'm on a limb here, maybe 20% of our inflation basket is agricultural prices, right? So if tomatoes going up or yams going up, of course, it's going to be reflected in inflation basket. So that's a good way for you to think about how food prices related to our investment return. So you're getting a positive real return. So again, thinking about where we are today, if inflation is at 6-7% and your fixed deposit is 4%, you need to actually get a positive return. So look at other investments outside of the more, of course, less risky kind of.
I have another one for you, Sean. Christopher is asking, well, I suppose to phrase it properly, why are you pleased with Millennium Mall when it has taken so long to complete and it's not fully occupied?
Well, I think as developments go, the developments sometimes don't go as planned. And this is a classic one where that's concerned. So the development started pre-pandemic, had to continue to get finished during the pandemic. And this led to, this was created or caused by supply disruptions. You've seen, remember early last year or during the middle of last year, lumber prices, went out through the roof. So we had a lot of, let's call it bottlenecks in the supply chain, and that led us to be, outside of our target date. But as it relates to occupancy now, I think we're pleased with all of the great quality tenants we have, the ones which are finishing up now. We're excited about the food retail outlet that's going to be opening up shortly, and we still have a very good pipeline of interest in the mall.
All right,
Thank you.
This question, there is some talk in the air of a collapse of the U.S. economy. I have not heard that talk myself, however, and an emergence of a digital replacement currency. What hedging would there be in the current investment profile should the unthinkable again occur, like the pandemic, and there is a collapse of the USD?
Well, that's not our base case. We don't think that there's going to be a collapse of the U.S. economy. If you recall the chart which we showed, the U.S. economy, we think, will be above trend in 2022, right? We're thinking north of 4% after coming about 6% for the prior year. So it's not our base case. It's a low probability event. I would probably put it at less than 5%. But in the event that were to occur, the only safe haven in that area would be cash, right? So if you have some insights, please share them, but we hope we're not banking on global destruction for 22.
Thank you. And can Neil or Willard, I'm going to give him some time to get a microphone if he's so willing to answer this question. I'm sure Neil can take it. Willard says Neil will take it. You don't even know the question yet. Can Neil or Willard advise if it's correct to say that where an ASF employer and plan member makes the maximum combined contribution of 20% of remuneration, that he or she is more likely to achieve 75% of remuneration at actual retirement date due to old age, disability, or death?
Okay, so let me answer that. All right, so there's a couple of factors to consider. You'd have to be doing that maximum 20% from the day you entered the workforce, right?
Right.
That is very important. And you'd have to be doing that consistently.
I see wait, hold a sec. I see all kinds of people, all kinds of actuaries approaching the chat.
I probably should stop.
The actuaries have entered the chat. Step over a little bit, Neil.
Right, so you'd have to be doing that consistently over a long period of time. And you mentioned 75%. By law, that's the maximum you're allowed to replace in the pension plan. So from where I sit and experience, you'd have to be doing that 20% consistently from probably in your 20s until you reach retirement. And then Stuart now can say
yes.
some more.
Stuart, please welcome Stuart South. I call him homegrown actuary. Go ahead, Stu.
Yeah, and thank you, Neil. And Neil is absolutely right. We do expect that if you maintain a 20% contribution rate throughout your period of membership, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place, that you should be able to replace 75% of your final salary at retirement. One of the key things, and which is why we're here today, is to maintain a margin of about 2% above inflation long term, which is why the performance of the pool funds is so important. So short answer, yes, we do expect to get 75% replacement with the maximum 20% contribution rate.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see any other questions in the chat, and I think that, first of all, Candice's heels, my heels, these men and their flat shoes were jealous. So thank you very much, all of you, for joining us for this segment. Your presentation and your answers to questions were excellent. Thank you also for participating so much in the chat, and I'm going to hold that question. Carlene Isaacs and GIS are asking, what if maximum contribution is 15%? And I'm going to hold that question until I'm talking to Stuart a little bit later on. Remind me to ask you that in our next segment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Stuart will be back. We have some other things to go. Grab your lunch, eat with us. So yeah, not that we sent you lunch this year. I'm just saying, grab it wherever it is, whether it's in your refrigerator or it's at your desk. Grab your lunch. Keep your computers open and on. If you're fancy and you're projecting to your flat screen TV, keep us on, because at this time, let me move this because I know you guys want to move my podium and all kind of yeah, we'll ask those questions later on. Right, so it is exercise time. Whew. I want everybody's camera on. These prizes now are going to be epic. All right, our wellness ambassador, Mrs. Shani McGraham Shirley, is here. Our, Andre, what is your title again? Andre Latchman, manager. Listen, Andre Latchman is the greatest client service person I've ever met. It doesn't matter what you're saying to him. He is, I understand. I completely understand. I do agree with you. And he is solving problems left, right, and center for everyone at all the clients of Sagicor Group. We appreciate him, and they're both here, but they're going to show us some exercises that it's all about wellness, right? We've talked about it ad nauseum today. So we are going to show you some Could you come onto the stage, people? Yeah. Hi, Shani.
Hello, my honey. How are you?
I'm good. She sounds like, hi, Andre. All right, Andre. So are you going to keep your mask on for this? No,
man, you need to breathe.
Yeah, because we don't know what it's going to be like for you. But I need to see. So Veronica, you see how you're seated in that chair? I need you to get up so you can move. Camille, Myrick, come off the phone. Camille, get off the phone. Beulah, I can tell you're seated still. Marlene, this one is just for you. You ever in that chair there? When we say work from home, Marlene is still at her desk every single day. Get up. Get up, get up. Oh, here we are. Okay. Right, so we want to see you up. Get up, everybody. Up because... Yes, Miss Anderson, that's the spirit. That's what we're talking about. If you are not participating in this segment, you will not be eligible for... Evelyn, I see you. You're not eligible for a prize then. Thank you, Ms. Mullings. Gladys, I can't see you. You're gone. You're gone for the lunch already. Jennifer, please stand up. Thank you. Who is this now? SRC, Debbie-Ann. All right, girl. I see you. Yep,
You're
that's it.
That's everybody.
And then I want you to stand up. But then I don't want to just see your belly. I'm so glad everybody's wearing shorts, because you know on the Zoom it can be a little. Sometimes we only put on the top part of the clothes. But it looks like everybody has on a full outfit today. Everyone has on a full outfit today, and you came prepared. All right, Shani and Andre, over to you.
Thank you so much. I have to say this. Sagicor not easy. This morning I got up and realized what date it was. 2nd, 22, 2022. You know, there's something magical about that date. So I know Sagicor planned that this event had to happen on this date because it means new energy, renewal, planning something, and it's guaranteed it's going to happen. That's the energy of this date. This palindrome is going to take over and undo. That's what I'm putting it out there. It's going to undo all that COVID has done, right? So with that, we want people to get moving and see the importance of it. And if you haven't been doing anything for so long because everything rough, you're busy, you're trying to get the job done, the kids, the husband, the what? Today is the day you're going to reset and go, you know what? A little bit is better than none at all. So a lot of us feel that we don't have the time for the exercise because we're at the desk from morning till night because we know you guys are hard workers. Exactly. He came decked out, looking all cute. I'm like, you think you can move in it? He goes, I can. But we feel that we need a whole hour of exercise to commit to, and that is not the case. I want people to realize it's about movement, and a little is better than none at all. So if you have 5 minutes right by your desk, 10 minutes, believe me, you will benefit from it. Most of us sit down at the desk, legs hanging down, we're glued to the computer screen, your back sees upon you. Some of us start getting swelling in our feet. You start getting foggy after you're staring at the numbers for hours on end and you feel like I just stuck. If you would get up and move for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you would have a breakthrough. So I'm going to show you, you don't need to overthink it. Easy peasy. Once you have a plan, a method, and the art of showing up, not just showing up for the work, because you know, say you have to show up for Sagicor, but showing up for your commitment. If you said, I'm going to do 5 minutes, show up for that 5 minutes. If you're going to show up to do the run on the road, actually put on your sneakers and step on the road. If you're going to show up and stretch for 20 minutes on your yoga mat, show up on the yoga mat. So I'm going to invite you guys, please stand for me. I just want everybody to realize you could have on the high heel boot, just kick it off to the side, fix the skirt a little bit. For the men, button up and straighten up. You're going to stand. I'm going to give you 5 easy exercises you can do absolutely anywhere. All right? So we're going to start with a jumping jack. No, I'm not going to pop ankles. It's a low impact jumping jack. All you're going to do for me, Andre, tap. Tap. That is a low impact, and believe me, it may look silly. It works. So you're going to give me 10 in total, but I want you to engage your core. Yes? Tummy tight, and 1, 2, there you go. 3, let me look on the fancy board. 4, 5, I'm so proud of all of you. 6, breathe with it. 7, pull that belly button to spine. 8, 9, and 10. Do you feel like your heart rate has already increased just a little bit? Just a little. So Andre trying to suck it in. Even that sucking is making him work a little harder. That's abdominal engagement. Now we're going to take it to another movement that you can easily utilize. A squat with a rotation. Now, as we all navigate this life, balance is something that is very fleeting. From your 10 to 20 to 30, and as we keep going up in decades, balance gets worse. But if you work on it, you can hold on to it for a little bit longer. So you're going to push your glutes back for the squat, always protecting your knees. So we're going to squat down as low as you're comfortable. But as we rise, opposite elbow to opposite knee. Push back, rotate. We're going to try that, and I would like 10. Now, for those who feel like I'm going to topple over, find a focal point. Look on something, don't take your eyes off. Create that balance. Are we ready? You ready? You sure? Here we go. And squat down and rotate. Opposite elbow to opposite knee. 2, rotate, opposite elbow. 3, you can slow down, you know. 4, we want the balance aspect. Good. 5. You guys look beautiful. 6. Ruth, I am so proud of you. Dress heels and all. 7. Beautiful, Yvette. 8. You tired yet? 9. I'm looking a little shiny on the forehead like he's sweating. 10. Beautiful. Now, be honest. Do you feel that? Give me a thumbs up if you actually felt something. I tell all those who sitting down watching in here, they're feeling it too. Okay. So I gave you 1. Low impact jumping jacks. 2, the squat with a rotation. I'm going to give you now a lunge, okay? Now, for those who have knee issues, you're going to place your hand on your desk. Coming out everybody by them desk or the back of your chair. What I want you to be mindful of with any lunge, keep your knee stacked over your ankle. So it's going to be a rear lunge. You're going to step back into that lunge. Always remember that front knee is over your what? Your ankle. Good. So we're going to step back with the left leg. Tummy tight, step back. Beautiful. Now let's hope that he's not teaching anybody left and right. Because I know I just said step back with your left leg, but we give my blind. Okay? Knee over ankle, we're going to step together. Thank God he's dealing with investments and money and not left and right. We're going to go again. Same leg, we're going to step back. Tummy tight, you don't have to go too low. I'm going to let him use the chair for balance just to show if anybody needs it, they stabilize themselves. Hand on the chair, safety first always. Step back with the left leg. Yes, are we ready? Engage, hand on the chair if you need it. Everybody step back. And tailbone neutral, knee over ankle, and step together. Now I won't stress you with 10 per leg, but we're going to do 5. Do what you can. Ready? Big breath. Pardon me? We're not alternating. Very good question. We're going to fatigue one leg at a time. Turn up the workout. Ready? And 1. And together. Beautiful. 2. There we go. Together. He's looking very dapper in this outfit with it. 3. Ensuring knee over ankle always. That's the importance. 4. Beautiful. And 5. Now, because I don't want anybody leaving limping like this, we'll have to work both legs, not true? So I can't leave you with one feeling nice and strong and the other is like, what about me? So we're going to do the other side. Tummy tight, hand for support. Are we ready? Give me a thumbs up. You guys good? Here we go. Thank you. And 1, knee over ankle, tight tummy. 2, I want you to pull that belly button to spine. Beautiful. Abdominal engagement. 3. There you go. 4. Yes, Shelly. And 5. Beautiful. How the legs feel? Just shake it out, because some of you are like, wow, Shani, I wasn't ready for this. They weren't ready. All right, so I'm giving you 3 so far. For those who are willing to try, especially if you have a chair with no wheels, we're going to do a tricep dip. We want the arms to be as strong as the legs. So you're going to sit in your chair for me. Once it's a chair that does not have wheels. I don't want anybody rolling away, okay? You're going to grab the side of your chair and you're going to scoot your butt off the chair, but I want your feet to be a little bit forward. Can we get him in the chair? Good. Push your feet forward a little more. Do not slouch in the shoulders. Proud chest, always. Why? You want to stay healthy and strong. Push your butt back to the chair and you're going to dip halfway down, 90 degrees on the elbows, and lift. That's it. We're going to go for 5. And dip. 1. Why are you trembling like that, Andre? 2. So you feel it already? And up. 3. You don't always need big heavy weights. And up. Beautiful. Keep the butt closer to the chair. 4. Down. And up. You're going to give me 1 more. 5. And now scoot your butt back on the chair. Shake out your arms. Just stretch it out. Do you feel it in the triceps? Can you feel all of that right here? And we don't have no big heavy weights. Beautiful. 4 exercises so far. I have 1 more for you. And then I'm going to explain how you can build any program you want with those 5 exercises. For those who are willing to attempt a plank, we're going to do it now. Yes? You guys are up for that? Now, a plank is one of the most amazing workouts. It's a static movement versus these dynamic movements we've been doing. But a lot of people think the plank works your shoulders. That's secondary. You know where the plank's supposed to work? Your core. Now, I'm going to demonstrate standing first, the shape I want your body to be in. A lot of people plank. Now, picture if I was on the floor, and all of a sudden they're like this. I don't know why that's sticking out there. I want us to plank as though somebody gut punched you. Huh! If you got punched in your belly, you wouldn't be like this. That's almost like, punch me again. No. I want you to think gut punch. So you're in this position. Actively pushing the floor away from you. Yes. So for those who don't want to go on the floor, you can go against a wall. Walk your feet away from the wall, hands on the wall, and do exactly as I'm saying. For the rest of us, let's get down on the floor. Now, plant your hands. Good. Now, shoulder over palms always. Hollow your back. Pull your shoulder blades up to the ceiling like I'm pulling you right here. Or think of a cat arch. Concave your chest. So we're nice and strong across the shoulders. But what's the importance? I don't want no tailbone sticking up. Picture I have gut punched you and you're tucking your tailbone under. Where are you now feeling that? Where are you in the core. Now we're going to hold that plank. Yes, Ruth. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys. For 10 seconds. I don't care. He's already been down there. You all right? 10, 9. Where are you feeling the burn? 8, 7. If you're feeling the burn in your shoulders, you're not contracting. 5, 4, 3. Tighten it up. 2. I am so proud of you guys. And 1. Rise for me. But yeah, show off too. Beautiful. Where did you feel that? All of right here. Secondary burn is up here. Now, a proper plank, 20 to 30 seconds is actually sufficient because you're contracting the entire core. Don't bother stay for 2 minutes and you're in a bad posture. Okay? Form is everything. Now, I know I was supposed to have only 5 minutes, so I'm going to wrap it up. But these 5 exercises I've given you, you can mix and match in any way to create a 15-minute, a 30-minute, a 10-minute program. I love to stick to a 3x3. It's easy. You don't have to overthink it. Pick 3 of these exercises. So you could do the lunge, the squat with a rotation, and the plank. And you say 20 reps of each or a 20-minute plank. After you repeat that, you rotate it 3 times. That would give you 15 minutes right there. Is that doable? Do you think you could do that by your desk? Yes? You have to do it for you. Sitting there in front of your desk for an extended period of time, you're sluggish, you're irritable, things start mixing and all numbers start looking like letters. You need a break. Get the blood flowing. Get your heart rate up. 5 to 15 minutes is better than none at all. Don't think you have to have the perfect hour of exercise and go to a gym to execute anything. It's about movement. It's about living an active lifestyle and inserting it into what you can manage. Do something you can manage. Make sense? Yes? Can I get the commitment from all of you? Ruth, Shelley, Evelyn, can I get a thumbs up that you're actually going to commit and try? Beautiful. Oh, him said, Shani, we have to cool them down now. Them tired and stressed out. We're going to do a nice, simple cool down because Andre's like, Shani, me dead. Bring my heart rate down for me. Plant your feet parallel. Tummy tight, so we're going to do this together. We're going to control the breathing because your breathing directly correlates with your heart rate. Big breath in, hands up. Now on the exhale, flex your palms, swan dive down, flat back, aim for the floor in that one exhale. Breathe. Be present wherever you are. Touching the floor, your shoelaces or your shoes or your shins. Roll up vertebrae by vertebrae. We're going to do that 2 more times with our breath. Big breath in. Active exhalation through the mouth. Inhale, roll up. Beautiful. You're going to give me 1 more time. Hands up. Think of all the things you want to accomplish. Have the intention. Set the intention. No one can care for you like you. And roll up. Clap yourselves, guys.
No, hold on.
Thank you so much.
Andre, sit down in the chair.
I'm tired.
Yeah. Big up Andre. Bring him a cup of water. Because I think you did. Somebody in the chat say, Andre, shine quick, sir.
Quick, very. I'll give a pat down.
Well, thank you very much, Andre, for demonstrating for us. You can stand up now if you want. But I have to specially thank, and every one of these people is getting a prize.
They were amazing.
They were spectacular.
They were
Did you see Ruth planking on the floor of her office?
In her beautiful dress.
In her blue frock?
And it's a body-fitting dress,
I
you know.
could not believe it.
I was impressed.
Yeah, I know. I would not be planking on the floor in my office.
As cute as she is.
Yeah, you're hot, Ruth. You're hot. You're attoed. Yeah. So, Beverly Anderson, Arlene Shaw, Petrina Williams, Michelle Marks, Ruth Harris with the plank on the floor, Georgia Badaloo Gale, Debbie Ann Kennedy, Ms. Mullings, Kay Mullings, Cheryl Lewis, Jennifer's iPad.
Jennifer's iPad, I like that.
I love that one. Yvette DeMercado, she gave up though at the planking. She said, that one is not for me.
Stress her out.
No. But Suzanne Powell Brown, Sandra Ward, Evelyn, and Beulah. Thank you very much for participating. We're going to make sure you all get a prize. All of you get a prize. And if you feel like I ignored you and your camera was on and you were participating, feel free to cuss me off in the chat. I will watch it. And if you cuss me properly and give me the reasons why you should win a prize, I promise you, I'm an equal opportunity girl. I'll make sure that, let me judge your tracing. I will make sure that you get one as well. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Shani. Thank you, Andre. And I saw Sister Jacqueline, her camera is off. I know you see later on when IT and Fancy Cat are up here, yes, IT and Fancy Cat are on they're here and they're ready to entertain you. Later on now, you're going to turn on your camera and laughing all along. Where's Sister Jacqueline? Can't believe she didn't turn on her camera to dance with us. She love dances, see? You should have, I'm not saying no more. I'm not going to say anything more. Ladies and gentlemen, on March 13 and 20, and for the month of March, the Sigma Corporate Run is going to be held with our beneficiary, the Kingston Public Hospital, being the main beneficiary of Sigma Run this year. We're aiming to raise $50 million to improve that institution. 250 years old is the institution, and the last upgrade was 30 years ago. We are a community, Sagicor is a community that gives back, and we invite you to join us. Here's a little bit about the Kingston Public Hospital, or beneficiary.
KPH has over 15 wards, which as a specialist hospital, we provide care for emergency and elective surgical and internal medicine cases. We provide not only emergency care to patients who are injured on a daily basis, but we offer the highly advanced specialist care for people who have unusual illnesses, or even a lot of people who have common illnesses.
Because we are operating within a tight fiscal space, there are challenges related to the provision of equipment, of supplies and sundries. So when patients come to KPH, sometimes there's a wait. It's just because of the volume of patients that we see.
At Kingston Public Hospital, the buck stops with us. So where other healthcare institutions may say, I'm full, I cannot take this patient, by and large, we have to find resources to treat every single patient.
There are no fees that are charged here at the Kingston Public Hospital.
Members of the Jamaican public can access the surgical services for free. Sometimes patients who are very sick demand a lot of resources. So one of the principal challenges to us at KPH in offering this highly advanced care is being able to afford to give the patient the best of what they need.
The hospital is in dire need of surgical equipment. So this includes endoscopic equipment, surgical drills, surgical implants, anesthetic machines.
These are some of the equipment that we are trying to procure with the assistance of the Sagicor Foundation and through the Sigma Corporate Run 2022.
And so this is really why persons should donate to the Sagicor Sigma Corporate Run.
As a renal patient at the Kingston Public Hospital, the experience is excellent. I enjoy coming here. I look forward to come here every Monday and Thursday to get my treatment.
The service here is second to none. The nurses are very persistent. There are times when you get sick on the machine and you don't want to go any further, and they say, "Come, Miss Stewart, you have to do it. It's your lifeline and you have to do it." So it's good.
I've been getting treatment here for about 8 to 10 months now, and the experience is really good. They're trying their best to get and help everyone with their situation.
Kingston Public Hospital is in need of your donation. We encourage you to participate with KPH and the Sigma Corporate Run 2022.
Wow. Yeah, doesn't it? It gives you all the feels, right? You realize that there is a lot that there is a lot that needs to be done for the Kingston Public Hospital and several other health-related institutions in this country. Now, the reason we are sick is the reason we're having this discussion right now. And I think it's just so timely that this seminar is, or not just this seminar, but Sagicor has put as its mantra that we have to focus on wellness. We could focus on insurance forever, but we could focus on pensions, annuities, investments, all kinds of money, but your health is your wealth, and health has been at the forefront of the discussion across the world now for, 2-3 years? We spoke about the fact that your immunity has to be strong in order to ward off any effects of COVID should they come. Before we get into this discussion, I'd like to thank, I love Keisha Walker's question. How can you contribute if you are not participating in the Sigma Run? Well, now, Miss Keisha, what a great question. Please go to SagicorSigmaRun.com, click on that donate button, and if you would like, you can donate via your debit or credit card. And if you don't have the kind of money you really want to contribute on the debit or credit card, I'll take your check. Please drop it off at the R. Danny Williams building at our head office at 28 to 48 Barbados Avenue. And also you can go to any Sagicor Bank branch island-wide and tell them you're contributing to the Sagicor Foundation, Sagicor Sigma Corporate Run. Great question. Keisha says, thank you, will do. Thank you, Philip Bond. Yes, Philip just dropped that link into the chat immediately. I love that. Thank you. And Karen Barker, I told you to trace me properly if you deserved a prize. Karen said, and I quote, "My camera was on and I did all the exercises even with my bad knees, but I tried my best. So where is my prize?" She typed. She bad me up for true, yeah. I agree. So I'm going to close this now. I'm going to ask, we are a live studio audience here, so I can just watch now. I'm going to hand my computer this way, and then somebody's going to come and I'm telling you. And then I'm going to hand my phone this way so somebody can put the Zoom chat in the phone. Yeah, I love my team. So I'm joined by our panelists for this wellness discussion. Latoya Mayhew Carr, she's your favorite, I know. She's everybody's favorite in pensions and investments. Say hi, Latoya. She's the general manager of EBA and vice president Sagicor Group Jamaica. Stuart South, homegrown actuary, also at EBA. Merrick Plummer, Vice President, Revenue Solutions at Sagicor. Hi, Merrick. And Dr. Tana Ricketts-Rooms, Medical Doctor. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. For those of you who, Tana doesn't work at Sagicor, but she works at Sagicor. You're with us all the time, not true?
If you say so.
She holds a double major in biochemistry and zoology, as well as an undergraduate medical degree and a postgraduate Doctor of Medicine in Family Medicine from UWI Mona. There's a lot more to her bio, but we'll learn through her speaking what her experience really is. Now, has it been terrible, Dr. Ricketts Rooms?
All right, so
what have you been seeing? When I say has it been terrible, has what you have been seeing in your office terrible by way of how healthy or not healthy we are?
Yeah. So we know that before the pandemic, there was always a challenge to shift the thinking from, only come to the doctor when you are ill. And there has been a shift to the thinking that we need to try and prevent illnesses before they happen. That shift was occurring. You heard a lot more about wellness, which is really the balance of every sphere of your life, physical, spiritual, social, occupational, you name it. And, when we talk about health, we talk about not just the absence of disease or any condition that may, befall you, but really having a complete state of, wellness of your entire being. So then came COVID. One of our biggest challenges for COVID is the fact that a lot of our patients with what we call NCDs, which is non-communicable diseases, they kind of fell through the cracks. They were scared to come to the doctor.
Can you give us an example of what an NCD is?
Right, so like diabetes and hypertension, which are the major killers because of their complications in Jamaica. The figures are alarming. They've been going up, even with the latest Jamaica Health and Lifestyle Survey show that we're going in the wrong direction. And when COVID came along, then, persons who were able to go to, for instance, KPH we just spoke about, or other hospitals, a lot of those outpatient departments had to close down because of COVID. So people who needed really specialized care could not get it because of COVID. The same thing happened in the health centers. The same thing happened in the private doctors' offices. So there had to be a shift to try and see how best we can manage what I call the secondary tsunami of COVID, okay? So control of those illnesses, whether it was diabetes or hypertension or asthma, that people forget is a chronic illness, which is a real major concern in COVID because it's a respiratory illness. Those things we found, persons who were normally doing well started not doing well. And persons who we may have been able to pick up at an earlier stage or even prevent them from getting those diseases just would not come to the doctor because they were afraid. So it's turned everything upside down. Thankfully, there are shifts in innovations, there's telemedicine, but let me tell you something, Jamaican people love to see their doctors, okay?
Yeah, well, you touched on something. People were afraid to go to the doctor. And in your experience, as you said, people want to see face-to-face their doctor. There are some people, like myself, I'm a telemedicine girl, Zoom me in, Scotty, and I'd love to see you that way. But there are some, especially those who face NCDs on a regular basis, they want to see their doctor. But then are you still full? Are your offices still full all the time? Can you speak to that at all?
And it's going to vary depending on where you are practicing, because your demographic is going to be different depending on if you're, say, in St. Catherine, where you have a lot, a denser population, versus Kingston. And Kingston and St. Catherine have a lot of doctors, okay? Yes, initially, I found that, of course, the patient load went down. Then, of course, with the surges, you had your office filled with COVID. And if you weren't careful, you were not going to lean towards remembering the chronic illnesses. And remember that the chronic illnesses, too, put you at even higher risk for having a bad outcome with COVID. And as I've always been saying to my colleagues, there's going to be life after COVID. These are the same patients we're going to have to help to get them back to, and hopefully they wouldn't have had a major health event by the time we're able to come back. Some kind of normalcy is coming back now. I find now with the fourth wave seemingly abating, then you have your patients coming back for for their regular checkups. But some of them weren't even sure if their doctors were open, because some of the times the doctors really did not go in too, because they had their own health challenges and had to protect themselves. So yes, it's kind of like an ebb and flow. So the types of cases you'd see would depend on where in the wave you were. okay? But at the end of the day, they ultimately would not have the same access, or thought they didn't, as they did before.
So as a nation, we're unwell.
Right. As a nation, we're going in the wrong direction.
We're going in the wrong direction. Latoya, Stewart, I'll ask you this. I don't know if we're connecting the dots in terms of wellness and pensions, right? So we might be sitting here, we're talking about wellness and we're talking about comorbidities and that kind of thing, and we're thinking of pensions as a future planning state, not wellness, and not connecting it to wellness right now. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Okay, sure. I'll go first. I'm an actuary, so I have to start with the data.
No problem.
So, so when we look to the American data, the Americans did a study in 2014, and we actually saw where the higher pension benefits are, you actually have longer life expectancy at retirement, and opposite also being true. If you have lower pension benefits, generally you have lower life expectancy. When we also look to our Jamaican context, elderly in Jamaica, these are people over 60. Just as Doctor just mentioned, what we see in the data is that about 70% of persons actually have a chronic illness. This is based on the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions. And also, of that elderly group, about 95% of that group actually get prescribed medication on a regular basis. However, about 70 to 80% actually are able to fill medication. So what does that have to do with pensions? What a pension will ensure is that an elderly person can fulfill their medical expenses. And by fulfilling your medical expenses, you can ensure that you have a quality retirement. So let me round out wellness into this, especially in the context of people that are actually contributing to the pension plans now. And I'm so happy that Shani came and did this whole session about exercise and keeping active, because that's absolutely important. Because it has two main benefits. Focusing on healthy habits while you're actually contributing to the plan, while you're actually active, while you're actually productive, it ensures that you're less likely to become sick while you're employed. And by virtue of that, you can stay productive for longer. You can focus on improving your productive capacity, and that will boost your income over the years. And one of the most important things is longevity, and not just severity of your contribution, based on the question earlier. So we want you to make contributions for as long as possible and to boost your pension savings for as long as possible. So that's the first major benefit of staying healthy. And then secondly, when you actually come to retirement, we want to ensure that you're in the best state possible. We want our Director Emeritus, who is sitting with us here today, to be a benchmark for what everybody should look forward to in retirement. We want you to stay as healthy for as long as possible, to defer sickness, and to reduce the chance of you spending your pension income on medication that can be prevented. So that's how I think about wellness. But I know Latoya has some more to put on the table.
Yeah, tell me, those who say pensions and wellness are not linked, how wrong are they?
Well, there's actually a very strong connection between the two. And I'm not an actuary, maybe by osmosis, because I've been around a lot of them. So I'll start with the numbers as well, just to share with you that our health claims data, we looked at pre-COVID 2019 versus 2021. 2019, Sagicor paid out $16.5 billion for health claims. Come forward to 2021, that was $20 billion on health claims. Now, if you think about it, what the data is showing is that the number of claims did not change, but the cost of the care and the cost of the drugs went up by 22% in the 2 years, and that is astounding. And 50% of that cost was for treating non-communicable diseases, NCDs, as Doc said. So if we are going into retirement with those types of conditions, we're going to be spending, as Stuart said, quite a bit of our pension taking care of the health. And so we really have to look to looking at wellness, not just about wealth, because you're talking about retirement, but also focusing on health. So it has to be a holistic discussion and seeing the connection between the two, because we cannot enjoy that lifestyle that we really want, that we've worked so hard for, if at the end of the day we have to spend quite a bit of it paying for these drugs and other things. And if you're on maintenance drugs and you've been to the pharmacy, it's very likely that you pay the same thing 2 months in a row. You know, it's very unlikely that you're going to pay the same thing 2 months in a row.
We're kind of, we're saying the word wellness a lot. Do you think we should define it, Doc? Yes. What do you, we're not well, what would make us well, in your opinion?
Right,
what is wellness?
Basically, wellness is a balance of, all facets of your life, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, occupational. So it's that balance that you have to attain. And
can I add financial?
And financial. And it's a big issue, because a lot of persons don't realize how much more expensive it is to treat than to prevent, okay? We hear a lot about, healthy food is so expensive. But then when I break it down to a patient, I said, if I was to show you the cost of you being hospitalized, not being able to work, so it's loss of income, whatever else goes along with it, the cost of medications, you'll realize that this cost that you're, concerned about now pales in comparison to when you have to treat the complications of these diseases. So really, wellness is trying to strike that balance, because most of our lives are spent working. Okay, that's the reality. And as you said, you don't want to go into retirement thinking about, I have to pay all these bills because I'm so ill, because I didn't think about it when I was young enough to think about preventing myself from getting it. We're thinking about, it's a rat race. Every day you're busy, you don't have any time to exercise, you don't have any time to eat right. Shani came and did a fantastic job, because it doesn't take a lot of time. You'll hear the doctors say it, 30 to 45 minutes moderate exercise. You're like, are you crazy? Where am I going to get that time? But if you break it up throughout the day, or do things at work that contribute to movement, that makes a difference.
And I say this for my friend Stuart and Corrine. We don't have fets to go to anymore. Not yet anyway.
You can
and
fet
Michelle,
at home.
we don't.
You can
right.
fet at home.
I'm a dancer, and I think if we turned on some music and just.
And it doesn't have to be going to the gym. A lot of people don't want to go to the gym.
Yeah.
It's about finding what you like. And that's what the conversation we have with our patients. What do you like to do? What kind of physical activity do you enjoy? Because nothing is worse than sending somebody to do something they don't like. They just won't do it. They won't maintain it. So if you like to dance, turn on the music and dance, okay? If when there's a lot of standing desk and things like that, standing up, walking around while you're in a meeting, put your piece in your ear, walk around, because the minute you sit down for those 8 hours a day, even if you get up in the morning and you exercise avidly every morning, the fact that you sat for the entire day almost erases all of that, and that's what the studies show. So don't sit, as Shani showed you, get up at least no more than 50 minutes sitting down. Get moving, because those things help. And of course, planning your meals, having things that are more nutritious, because in the long run, it's going to be cheaper for you. So your money is not spent on trying to keep you well and alive. It's there for you to enjoy what you work so hard for, as you said. Yeah. So prevention has to be the message. And thank God things are getting back to normal. Mental health, I'm sure, if you looked at some of the claims, mental health.
I'm gonna let me pause there. I want to get into mental health in a deeper way.
Right.
But Merrick, we are an insurance company. We are a bank. We are an investment house. We do property services. We do all kind of things. What are we dealing with? Wellness. We're spending. We have all of these wellness initiatives now, which you're going to explain. But why are we going into wellness in this way? What's the motivation behind that? We could develop some more products for insurance.
True. It's just that if we develop those products and there's no healthy people to buy them, then we got a problem, right?
Right.
The truth is, though, I think Doc kind of just sounded the alarm bells. We're not healthy. And, in 3 words, I think is what I would use to describe our motivation, are around 3 words. And the first one would be acknowledgement. Doc is just helping us to acknowledge that there is an issue. And I think when you think about Sagicor, our clients and our pensioners, our trustees, they're really from all walks of life in Jamaica. They're representative of the population. And so what we're saying is When we look at our health claims and we're seeing, for example, those NCDs, the non-communicable diseases, that docs speak to, accounting for 70% of our claims, for example, then that's a national challenge that as a company, as a corporate entity, from the day we were created by R. Danny Williams, we're supposed to be looking out for our community. So our motivation, Ali, is really, we want to partner with our clients, we want to partner with our pensioners to address this national challenge. And the way we see it is if we can partner with our trustees and the different corporate entities to get some focus around wellness, then, you know, we should be in a good way. The other word I'll use, Ali, is encouragement. And, you know, we have been referencing the different studies. When we think about the different research groups coming out of MIT and all of these, you know, reputable universities, they are saying to us, this is the way to go. They've actually showed actual stats that show you that just simple things like Shani demonstrated earlier will help us to lead happier lives. In Sagicor, we would have implemented a wellness program. And when we speak to Group HR, they're saying to us that we're seeing significant positive effects. Lower claims, less stress, fewer sick leave days, etc., etc. So we are seeing the actual benefits in Sagicor. And then the other word I'll use is engagement. Come on, let's face it. Wellness is not the sexiest topic around.
I was going to tell you, it's not sexy at all.
It's not the sexiest topic around. So, you know what you
want.
In
fact, I feel burdened.
It feels like work, right?
Right.
So what you want is really a community approach to wellness. And that's why we're encouraging within our organizations that we just come together in groups and we do it together. You know, each one help the other one. Let's together create healthier habits. So that's really, really our motivation.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Ricketts Rooms, you touched on this, and I want to just spend a little time. Mental health and how it affects our physical health. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, so oftentimes we don't make the connection between something that's going on in the mind to what's going on in the body. And the honest truth is, just imagine a day you wake up and something bad happened, whether it's a death or loss of a job or whatever it is, and you feel emotionally burdened. You almost cannot get up out of bed, okay? Some of the most common mental challenges that persons are suffering and seemingly exacerbated by COVID is anxiety and depression. You'd be surprised just how rampant it is and how much it has gotten worse. Mm-hmm. And those two things, physically, especially depression, it will cause, you know, patients to overeat, undereat, not sleep or sleep too much, not want to do much of anything. And if you can imagine being in bed all day, for days on end, you're not going to get up, you're not going to move, you're not going to exercise. So ultimately, your body then suffers from the effects of that. When you're in a good place, you're productive, you're happy, you get things done, okay? And persons who have mental challenges also manifest it as physical illnesses. Sometimes patients will come to me, and it's patients that I've, you know, been managing for years, and you know them, and the minute they walk through the door, you know something is wrong.
Yes.
And just from them,
the aura.
When they sit there, you're like, something is off. And then I allow them to tell me what they think I want to hear. And then I said, tell me what's really happening. Mm-hmm. And then the tears just come, mm-hmm. right? Because a lot of people are going through so much. And it's not just adults, children. And especially when you're a parent of a child who is having a mental illness, it's hard to watch. Especially when you're not so sure what to do about it. So you as a parent, you worry about your child, you worry about yourself, because, you know, when COVID was raging, nobody knew what was going to happen. It took a lot for people to, I mean, I remember in the morning when I was getting up to go to work and I had to say a prayer and said, okay, I'm feeling a little anxious, but I've got to do this. This is my job. I know I may carry it home to my family. This is before vaccines and everything. And you can feel it. And I said to myself, I know what it feels like. So imagine the people who don't know what's going on. They just feel unsure of what's happening and they're struggling with it. So mentally they come to work, they're not there, they're not concentrating, even when they're online. They're not concentrating, they're not producing. The person who was probably the best in the department starts to not do what you expect. And nobody sometimes stops to think,
are they going through something mentally that is impacting the rest of what they're doing? So it's really important. I mean, you hear the buzzword, mental health and mental health breaks. And it's so important because what your brain and your mind controls the rest of you. If it is not functioning well, the rest of your body will not follow. That's the thing about it. So we have to bear in mind that mental health can be very subtle, or especially in children. It may be grades are falling. And as I said, in adults, it may be the performance is not so great. So I'm happy to hear that there's a wellness program at Sagicor, and I know the ministry has been pushing, workplace wellness, and there's even a manual I think that they have online now, talking about the fact that the community, as in the companies, knowing that their employees are there most of their life, try and help them in that realm. Because when they get home and they're flat out at the time, they may not be able to do it. So if they can do it at work, then it will pervade the rest of the community, So I think it's a really, really good thing.
Dr. Tana Ricketts Rooms, if you're just joining us and you don't know who this fabulous lady is, I'll ask her to put in the chat later on where you can find her, so that you can become one of her. She sounds like a counselor more than just a...
We're everything. A family physician does everything. We say from the womb to the tomb and anything in between.
I like it.
We deal with it.
Merrick, what are some of these wellness offerings that we have? I know we have a lot, so can you talk us through what they are?
Ali, we do have a lot, and they're more in the production room to come out, right? But, I just go back to what I'd mentioned earlier, that our big focus is around engagement. So you saw Shani earlier. Shani is our wellness ambassador, and, the role Shani is playing for us is helping us to get these communities in the companies together, where we can have workout exercises. We know COVID is here, so not everything can be done face-to-face. So we have to do some virtual, and Shani is prepared to do that, whether live or she has recorded videos. So that's one of our engagement offerings. But we realize that this wellness thing has to be ongoing. So we do have other, solutions that allow you to do it on your own time, on the go. So for example, we have this exciting app called Sagicor Engage app. And what it does, it attends to the holistic wellness online, of course. So you get this app, you go on, and you're allowed to participate in exercises that develop your physical as well as your mental. There's even learnings that you can get for financial education. And here's the kicker, Ali. Yep. You can actually do quizzes and earn money. So all of us go on TikTok. TikTok is fun, yeah? But with Sagicor Engage, what you get is fun, health, and money. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so check out Sagicor Engage, right? And then, of course, we recognize that there are some of us who want to do the exercises, who want to go to the gym. So we've entered into a partnership with Express Fitness. I think that gym actually has the most locations across the island. They're also open 24/7 at most of their locations. And I think the army is soon gone, so we can go all over the night, right? But yeah, so you can actually go to the gym when you feel like. And what they've done through the partnership with Sagicor for our members, Sagicor clients, you get very steep discounts. We're talking about 40% discounted off their regular prices. So that's really cool. The other thing that we have, because we've been talking a lot about financial wellness, and we've rolled out this initiative called Sagicor Talks About Financial Fitness. We're really proud of it because what it represents is not just us going into a company and doing a one-off presentation on budgeting or invest in this or invest in that. It's really engaging with the company's HR to say, what are the immediate needs in your company that you'd like us to address? Some people say estate planning, some say they want to learn about budgeting, some say they want to be put on a path to home ownership, all of that. And we do all of that, tailor-made for the particular company, because again, it's in consultation with the group HR. So just a few.
Thank you. I do have a question based on what you just said from Lisa Henlin from UCJ. Are you saying that Shani is available to us free of cost to the various pension funds on this platform today, here? I'm saying it like I think she's saying it. Do you care to answer that, or?
Yeah, I'll gladly answer that, because here's where we give a shout out, to our EB execs. Yeah, so we have Latoya on stage, We have, I was just about to say the big man, but you know, me can't say. Mr. Willard Brown. Yes, all of our wellness offerings are available for free to our clientele. We do have third-party partnerships, for example, with Express Fitness that will come at a cost, but those costs will be heavily discounted. But whatever we are pushing out from Sagicor is free of cost to our clientele, yes.
Sister Jacqueline, it's so good to see you. Hi. She says there's a lot of me to love. And sometimes I get so caught up in what I have to do that having something in my bedroom or office is really helpful. I'm hoping we're still talking about exercising. That's what she said. But we have our options available on our Sagicor Wellness Hub for you to participate in. And Lisa says, thank you, Merrick. But we'll be rolling that out. We had a little spoke in the wheel with COVID and so on. But there's a lot that we have to roll out to not just our pension trustees, but also our group health and life clients as well on the company side, because we spend a lot of time at work, as Dr. Ricketts' room said. And if we don't get exercising at work, we will not move enough for the day. Latoya, how will EBA support your our financial wellness programs?
Okay, so we are prepared to come along with Merrick and the team and Neil to talk about investment. So they're going to be, while they're learning about pensions, you're learning about money, the team members are going to be empowered to make financial decisions. And we believe that can change the trajectory of a member's life. Mm-hmm. When they have information that they can use coming from these sessions, they can apply it in other areas of their lives and learn how to manage your money effectively. We think that's a huge deal. If an employee sees that they can be at your company and achieve all their objectives, they're going to be happier for it, and your company will be happier for it. So we certainly are fully aligned with that. The other thing that we're going to be doing specifically about financial wellness is we're going to be rolling out the voluntary contributions. We're going to roll out a digital experience. So a member will be able to, by about March or April, go online and increase their voluntary contributions. And those instructions will come straight to your HR payroll department, and the member will be therefore able to make those deductions effective with their next payroll. So, no longer the paper and where the paper reach. We're getting rid of all of that. So there's going to be a direct connection with the member making the instruction and it going straight to your HR department. And we will also be able to follow up to ensure that the member deductions actually begin, and they can begin to see those contributions going into their account. They can monitor that online on my Sagicor app. That's one of the things that we're going to be doing also, is really kicking into gear, or push about my Sagicor app. We really want people to check it, just like how you check your bank account. You can check what's happening with your account every month. Really feel engaged. And we're already seeing that. We would have mentioned there are 10,000 people who have already logged on to my Sagicor, downloaded the app.
By the way, that's great.
Downloaded the app, and we know we can get more people to do it. And what we love is every day we have people writing in, asking their questions, checking online. We love that engagement. That's what excites us, because we know that it is going to make a difference at the end of the day. We want the engagement with their pensions.
Stuart, you interact with pension trustees. How often? Every day? Yeah. Twice a day? 6 times a day?
Maybe once.
Can you share some of the questions that they're asking about wellness?
Wellness.
Or just, not just wellness. What occupies the minds of our pension trustees?
What really occupies the mind of the trustees is how well prepared are their members for retirement. That's probably the biggest question that they'll ask. And certainly in the context of Jamaica, right, we've seen a paradigm shift from defined benefit plans, which basically guarantee a level of benefit to members, to defined contribution plans, which shift the risk onto members. Mm-hmm. And really and truly, members typically only have control over one variable, which is the contribution rate. Mm-hmm. So they're very concerned about investment returns, and particularly in this COVID climate. I think wellness now might be a secondary thought. But we've been trying to cross-sell and initiate various initiatives with the trustees so that they can focus now on wellness for the members, because as I mentioned before, we find that there's some gap in between the preparedness for these members at retirement in the areas where they actually have to use a lot of the pension benefits to cover medical expenses. So let me maybe touch on what...
Well, what are some of the easy things that trustees can do to
Well, what trustees can do, and we've been having a lot of that.
Well, not just trustees, sponsors, and plan members. What can they do to make sure that they have the lifestyle that they want post-retirement?
Good question. So for trustees, and a lot of them have been doing this, they can lobby on the members' behalf to change the plan rules to accelerate the time that members take to become eligible to the employer's contributions. So that's one area. They can also look at the plan rules and, again, lobby on the members' behalf to eliminate aspects of the rules that cause members to lose their employer's contributions if they withdraw their own funds. So they can do that with engagement with the employer. For members, I would make a charge to members. As you get in to a company, you start making the highest possible voluntary contribution rate that you can make. If you have to go into HR and write a letter to say, my name is John Doe, I want my voluntary contributions to be 5% today, and every year I want it to increase by 1%, that's something that you can think about doing. And it would be easy and automatic. You can do it online, right? The other thing that members can do is to focus on building up emergency savings. You say, what does an emergency savings have to do with a pension plan? Well, the truth is, one of the biggest parts of benefit inadequacy is pension leakage. And pension leakage occurs, for example, when members terminate from a pension plan and they withdraw their own contributions. So you can think about, in the context of your working lifetime, you might work 15 years at one company, in your early years, and you withdraw all of those 15 years of contributions. Immediately you start at zero, and at a time when you really should have huge pension savings. So that's something that members can do, focus on building up emergency savings. For the employers, I would say you need to touch your staff, your team members at every stage of their life. So what does that mean? When they become employed, you need to make pensions top of mind. Whenever they have a salary increase, for those that have the benefit of annual increases, have a conversation with them about increasing their voluntary contributions. And I would say the third charge, another charge for the employers is to just make pensions sexy. Make pensions a topic that within the workplace.
As a marketer, I'm dying to hear how you do that.
Yes, make pensions a topic that everybody. I mean, this is a charge for you as a marketer, right?
Yes, I'm listening keenly.
Well, I don't really have all the ideas, but
well, you're saying just get it done, Alicia.
But get it done, correct. So make pensions a topic that people talk about in the office. I don't know. Maybe you have your performance reviews and you benchmark. You put your team members against each other. Who is making the highest voluntary contribution rate? Without revealing too much details, yeah? Yep. Because you want to engender that competitive nature in us so that we can actually...
Well, let me just say, at Sagicor, we are competitive to a fault, so that would definitely work for us.
Correct.
For sure.
Correct. So these are some things that we can do in order that everyone can do, members, trustees, and employers can do to ensure that the plan members, future retirees, have a good retirement.
Yeah, make it exciting for your team members. Make it exciting for those who you are legally obligated to serve. I remember some years ago, Latoya, you were talking about the importance of who the trustees are and just how important attending a seminar like this in its entirety is so that you are serving your pensioners and future pensioners correctly. So, yeah. All right. So is there anything else that you would like? well, before I do that, can someone please clarify the partnership with Express Fitness and the benefits available to trustees or clients? Is it discounts? How much and how do we go about signing up with them? Is that something that we're going to send in an email?
Yes, we can send the information, Ali, in an email. We will do that through Latoya's office. We'll just send the information. But again, the partnership with Express Fitness, once you're a Sagicor health card client, you can access the benefit. And the discounts, I'm just going from memory here, but I want to give people a flavor. I think their regular price for the regular access to their gym is about $4,000 per member, and with the Sagicor discount, that can go as low as $3,200. So that's a very steep discount. And just to say, with the Express Fitness offering, you get a greater discount if you actually sign up as a group. So if as an individual you go, yes, you will get a discount, but if you go as a group, you get an even steeper discount. So we're encouraging the group activity. So go as a group.
Thank you. And Christopher said a member recently asked him, I suppose, how long, or not him, but somebody else, how long are pension payments made? Someone told him after 10 years it ended. Gillian has already responded in the chat, Gillian Lee Hammond. Pension is paid for the pensioner's lifetime, but we don't, because it's in the chat and people might not be reading the chat, I wanted to just say that out loud so persons know that that kind of misinformation is dangerous. You want to speak to that?
So, as the pensioner or the annuitant, the benefit is payable for your lifetime until your eyes close. It's definitely paid directly to you. Now, your beneficiary can get a benefit depending on the type of option that you chose when you retired. So, for example, let me just use the 10-year that came up. So, that if you chose a 10-year guarantee, for example, it's paid to you for a lifetime, but if you die within 10 years, say you die after the 4th year, the payment will be made for 6 years, the additional 6 years to make the 10, to your beneficiary.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it would cease. But once you outlive the 10 years, if you live to be 100, it will be paid to you until you're 100. It never stops. So that's what the guarantee that you're getting. Mm-hmm. And that's the beauty of it, that no matter what's happening in the country, in the world, the money is going into your bank account every month. That's the predictability and the beauty of buying an annuity. And that's what the protection that Sagicor provides. Different from putting it in a bank account. Every month you take out something out the bank account account's going down, it's not going back up. You know, that's the distinct difference. You don't get the safety and the security and the protection that you get from purchasing an annuity.
Yeah. Somebody said, thanks, Shani. Teron, I think this one is for you and Merrick. Teron is the Sagicor Life Marketing Manager. Thanks, Shani. I look forward to the Sagicor, quote, after lunch pop-up workout window segments, ... Thanks. That's Audria. So when we start, we're going to give her the actual credit. Thank you very much, Audria. The wellness offering, by the way, just a clarification, the wellness offerings are only available to group health clients. If you are a pension client who is also a group health client, then it applies, okay? Just to make sure that that is clarified for you. What does that mean? You should be a group health client, right? Right, Doc? She said the more the merrier. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much, Merrick, Dr. Tana, Ricketts Rooms. Thank you, Latoya. Thank you, Stuart, for being here. I see that somebody's running towards me. Are you running towards me? No? Okay. This has been our segment on wellness. I just feel like we have to do that. Ian, where are you going? Why are you putting on your vest, Ian? Where are you going? Where are you going, Ian? Type it into the chat. Where are you going, Ian? You should stay and watch IT and Fancy Cat. I see you putting on your vest as though you're going somewhere. Take it off. I mean, it's cute. You can keep it on. I don't mind. But see how I have to load it? You see how all hard hat, all everything there. But I understand. Thank you. All right. So we're going to have IT and Fancy Cat entertaining us right after this. But in the meantime, we're going to share a video of our recent campaign. It's called the Hope Campaign. And I remember somebody saying, But it don't look like we're not selling nothing. No, we're not. We just want you to have a good day. So we're spreading some hope across Jamaica. And when we come back, we're going to do another set of giveaways because we have other things to give away. Can you imagine? The budget really went towards you this year. The budget really was spent on you this year, I promise you. So let us do that final video, and then we'll have some giveaways, and then IT and Fancy Cat. Sister Jackie, make sure you're there for that part with your camera on.
Sometimes the things that tear us apart are the ones that unite us and bring us closer together. Sometimes the darkest of night turns into a day so bright, leaving the scars and the pain, everything that we fear behind us. Where there is life, let's keep on dreaming. Where there is love, let's find new meaning. Where there is hope, keep on believing, keep holding on. So never give up through wind and storm, 'cause after the rain, there'll be a calm. Sunshine of a new day, it won't be long. Keep holding on. A message from Sagicor.
Good message, right? Thank you very much for those of you who have been participating in the chat so far. We've been having a great time here. I'm just going to bring up my chat now because I want to be able, on my phone, because, can I do it with video? Hi, everybody. Hi. Okay, this is what, okay, wait. Then that feedback is gonna, that's gonna annoy Richie a lot. Hi everybody, how are you? He's gonna kill me, isn't he? Anyway, turn off that video. All right, so it's time for some more giveaways. Are you ready? IT and Fancy Cat are ready. I promise you they're here. Are you ready for some giveaways? Fastest fingers now. Because we're just giving, wait. Who's asking a question right now? Okay. Dr. Jacqueline said, no dancing for me today, maybe next year. And Sister Jacqueline is making the distinction. She said, I was not joking about there's a lot of me to love. No dancing for me today, but I still refuse to call myself fat. Same, sir. Same, sir, Sister Jacqueline. I love that. What does it mean that the normal form of pension for your fund is the 5-year guarantee and life? And thanks, that's from Monica Bennett. Latoya, and team, if you could answer that question. I'll answer that in the closing statements. But here are some other questions for you. What is the FSC's minimum requirement for the number of trustees meetings in 1 year? The FSC, Evelyn, you're a star. You are a star. Evelyn, you're a star, and 2, you are very quick on this typing thing. You did get 1 in the typing, though, in CXC. Evelyn, congratulations. You should share the prize, though. You should give it to somebody else. Another question. Name the pooled fund that provides a hedge. I really hope somebody's writing down the winners of these. Bridge, you're doing that? Okay. Name the pooled fund that provides a hedge against inflation. The CPI means what, Maxine? Maxine? I'm going to give you the answer, but thank you. Consumer Price Index Fund. What does the acronym SIP, S-I-P-P mean? That was Maxine, by the way, Maxine Smith, who got the answer to that question. Evelyn says, I'll leave the rest of the prizes. Thanks, Evelyn. So kind of you. What does the acronym SIPP mean? SIP. That's right, Jay Ewart, Statement of Investment Policies and Principles. Siobhan Tomlinson Little, you were this close. And finally, Who is the chairman? This is my favorite question. Who is the chairman of the Sagicor Pooled Investment Fund Limited, PIF? Who I need to go and give him his lunch? No. No, but I don't understand you. Mr. Campbell, P or Miss Campbell, P. Campbell. No, it's not just Danny Williams. It's Karen Barker, who traced me off. This is your second prize. It is R. Danny Williams. Petrina, I'll give you an award as well. The Honorable R. Danny Williams, as he's appropriately styled. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready for IT and Fancy Cat? Is there like a special dance that they're gonna do to come on and those things? Do we have a song? So I must just come off? No, I'm gonna see a commando. You have a bigger intro than, give a bigger intro. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, I can do that. Ladies, because in my former life, I was an MC, like for stage show and stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for your laughing pleasure, just generally for your pleasure, the best comedians that we have on offer here in the island of Jamaica. Please put your hands together. I remember I will put hands together. Keisha, I love you. She said this MC is the best. Can we have a little commotion? Yes, I agree with you, Keisha. And that man said too. Anyway, laughter equals health says, I can't even say. Anyway, oh gosh, Karen says she remembers me from the CVM morning show. That was so long ago. That's even a joke. That could even be a joke for you, IT and fact. One a day. When I come, Jesus Christ.
What think you that come down?
Please welcome IT and Fancy Cat.
Make sure you have video the dancer.
Everybody was in place.
Oh.
People died and never saw this day. So another day I live, I appreciate.
Come on, and don't look too lazy in the house, man. Beverly, they on phone. What on the item? No, something right here, so. Oh, you put on makeup now. Marilyn Campbell, what that? I'm never gonna ask to. Yeah. Oh, yeah, can I know, make them. That's right, yes, baby. So long. Like your pants. You must not look, you know? Everything tight. You know, because of what? Because of COVID. You know? You know, but me that first one at the time when she say best comedian, you know, somebody out there said, best comedian where? Yes. So, you know what I mean? The look that look different. No, so what happened to my look? No, I'm not saying look different. No, because I think I'm ugly and some ugly. Did I look here? Did I say look here? Because I make you know me grow out my ugly, me no ugly again. Grow out? Yeah, man, me a boy, me look good here now.
In the chat, if you don't agree, just type say look good. Just type look good, Fancy Cat. Let me see. Know? If anybody ever type down.
Are we all listening, Beverly?
Yeah.
Beverly?
Yeah, and I'll Cheryl too.
So, because she have her phone in her ears.
Yeah. But you know, I'm happy to perform for pensioners because the thing is, you know, make sure so the money later on good. You know what I mean? So we have put on some jokes later on too, you know what I mean?
I just something not going on here.
Oh, Marvelyn Campbell?
She yeah, put on makeup now, she a shave.
Yeah, Marvelyn.
Some can't put her on blast.
Marvelyn, me see her shave.
Marvelyn, she now you're not there.
Yeah,
Marvelyn a shave.
Put Marvelyn on the skin. See Marvelyn over here. Marvelyn I try to get her. Marvelyn I get rid of. I know it go Marvelyn. Me have to do the same thing too.
Put her up again. Put her up again. Make everybody see her.
Put Marvelyn. It's Marvelyn here. Marvelyn.
She look now. See the mirror just put on.
Oh, see her
there. Yeah. I'm Marva.
Yeah.
Marvelyn.
Yeah. So the pampas.
Somebody different should talk to me.
But you know, realize that she has shave constantly. You know, somebody see me there and them must say, no, them must say, them walk over to me and say, my friend them want to know, if you are IT, I say, who name sir? You know, IT, IT and fancy God. I say, me IT, yeah, people are mixed up with him all the while.
Yeah, for real.
And I say, man, some here, yeah, you can look pan. I say, oh, all right. I say, I'm all right, you know. So I say, when I start him, look pan, I say, all right. I say, yeah. So I start talk to realize, yeah, me. So I'm different now because year gone. I say, a new year now. You understand, everything changed. It's like the boss, Mr. The Honorable Danny Williams. I don't know, you know, but I'm blessing him, man. Because my airline talked to me, you know, man. When I was in high school, my airline was right in my forehead.
Right in your forehead, right down there.
Long time, my airline was right, so right?
Yes.
And so by the time I start, my airline start drifting, you know, man. I never pay attention to the airline, you know, man. Till one of them airlines say, hey,
this is it.
Cut me out for cut now, you know.
This is it.
Talk to me, what you do, you know what I mean? So I don't know, boss, your airline is still there. I'm going to give the boss a round of applause, you know, because trust me.
But you realize where that take place, IT? Your ear, it have got in, like you say, lime.
Yeah,
you know,
lime.
Yes, but my one are cut from the side.
No, hold on a second, no. No, yeah, a year circumference you have no. You know? No, but it's things change. You have to move with change. You have to adapt
to changes.
Yes, you have to be adept at adapting.
That's right, because we're glad you say that. Because you realize, anybody out there getting barrels from foreign still?
Yes, man.
Those Christmas barrels?
No marveling like a guitar barrel.
Yeah?
Yes.
But why them people are foreign take with a fool?
Yes.
I send barrel full of Campbell soup.
Soup?
Tell them let it go. Keep them barrel.
No.
We don't want no Campbell soup.
No want things.
A mushroom. We call it duppy umbrella.
You don't want that.
Keep on the barrel.
Like where you want in our barrel now?
Well, like we don't want Irish Spring soap.
Okay. Now you're talking.
That is a must.
That's a must.
You have to send the Irish Spring.
Yes.
You
right,
see
Michelle
me?
Marks. Right, K. Mullins, Irish Spring.
Irish Spring. If Irish Spring not in on a foreign barrel.
On a foreign barrel, you know what I mean?
A country barrel.
I have to have the foreign ketchup. You know the
Yeah,
foreign
I
ketchup.
have the foreign ketchup.
The foreign ketchup name with an H word, man.
Heinz.
You know me I'm talking about, man.
Yes,
You see
yes.
ketchup there?
Yes.
You see when them done?
Yes.
You know done, you know?
No, sir.
We can't go to the pipe side.
Yes.
Because I look at tubes of water.
Yes.
And we're going to shake it up back.
Shake it.
And get more ketchup.
I shake it.
Because we don't want it done. Because it's Heinz.
Yeah, what get a in the barrel?
Oh, in a barrel, you have Irish Spring, you have the
Irish
ketchup.
Spring, the ketchup.
You
have to have the tuna.
The tuna.
The tin tuna.
Tuna.
Yes, whether in a high or in a water, but tuna have in there.
You know I've been to cat?
Yes.
The toothpaste. But not the white one, you know. The red color one.
Yes.
The foreign one. We call it foreign toothpaste.
And you don't get the nicotine one, you get the big tube.
The big tube.
Big heavy tube of toothpaste. So it's when my son coming out about, Daddy! The toothpaste finished.
Done?
I said, boy, you're there foreign too long.
Wait, tell him, sir.
And when our toothpaste finish, it not done.
No.
Our toothpaste not done.
No.
Talk to me, no man. What you do with the toothpaste tube when it done? You take the scissors or the knife and you cut it open.
Yes.
You see me, because at this time you have to be creative.
Yes.
You have to pay your P's and Q's, you know, just waste nothing.
No, you don't waste anything.
Somebody talk to Marvel in for me, no, man. Look like she not here where I go on.
You understand?
Marvel, you film by your wall lean.
You don't waste anything. You understand? 2 jeans we buy.
Yes.
On big jeans.
Yes.
And can't go tell him because I make 2 jeans.
Make 2 jeans.
So this is one of them now. Yeah.
So when we waste
the other one.
Oh, the next one have
yeah,
2.
man. You have to know.
2. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to know for multiply.
Achoo.
Because we in our competition, you know, so who are getting slimmer? You know, we are compete.
Well, every time them see me, I say, "Can't you lose weight?" I say, "Oh man, problem."
Yeah. You have to keep things tight.
That's my problem. Because you say, COVID is the thing we are cause a problem in IT.
Yeah.
Everything we happen nowadays and ball out. COVID.
Still?
Yes. Me I go country what they say a car accident. General, a COVID cause that, you know.
The car accident?
The car accident.
Yeah.
Everything we put COVID for them. Right now, if you don't have the COVID thing, you can go downtown and buy a COVID card.
A COVID card?
People downtown are selling that, man.
I see the government never pay me no money, you know. When it was raging,
yes,
I told the government, listen, IT are going to free advice.
Yes.
If you don't want people to be vaccinated, all you have to do is collaborate with the United States Embassy and have them make an announcement on the TV to say, immediately, effective immediately, all persons who are vaccinated will get a U.S. visas. No questions asked. All you have to do is report to the embassy with your vaccination card and you get the visa. No, Mr. The line would have been up.
And you see, if you have the booster,
oh!
green card.
Yeah, no.
Green card.
The booster.
The booster.
You're a resident. The government pay me no mind.
But them no want to hear.
No, you see, if you do that now, you get people participate.
That's right.
You know, I need to talk to the Honorable Danny Williams after this, because these good advices, you know?
Yes, you can.
Need to be adhered to, you know
Yes,
what I mean? Maybe you can come on the advice team.
Yes.
Yeah, you understand?
You never
So
know
when you
what.
want more advice, you know, right,
Yes.
Stuart?
Yes.
Hey, Stuart, I called him earlier, fancy cat.
Yes.
When Stuart said he want pension, sexy, fancy cat go so. Fancy cat spin around. He said, want pension, that's sexy. Get a you that's in a cat. You know? I don't. No, because, you know, I like what you say. It's a good idea.
Yes.
No, man,
You have to know if I put it in a can. Just fix
because
it up right.
it's about the walking, because
Yes.
some ladies, I see, and every lady can wear
Yes,
heels.
because I was outside there. I said, lady, I want to talk to her.
Don't pine on her.
I
okay?
don't want to pine on her.
No, don't pine on her, yeah.
I want to tell her, I said, listen,
Yes.
if you can't manage it, go barefooted.
Don't go barefooted.
Yes.
Because the heels are not for
The heels
everybody.
are not for you, baby. These
Yes?
are- yes.
So wait a minute,
I
like
don't
heels.
don't want to tell her right
No,
away.
no, you can't.
Yes.
Don't pine on her.
Don't pine on her.
Yeah, because
It's
you
not
can't.
good. Because Mama said, don't listen to me.
Whatever you do,
do not
point.
Don't pine on nobody.
No.
Just stretch out my foot.
Yes.
Yes. So, no one see what go on here.
Yes.
Because the person inside here, when I call the name for the Makara work Monday.
Yes.
We just a say.
Yeah.
Because she look straight, mommy.
Yeah. So like
because you see, when you walk in a hills where you cannot manage,
yes.
you walk like you're up a hot coal.
Okay. Oh, yes, yeah.
And you grab on things.
Yes.
But when you know to step in it, number one, the legs.
The lens.
It's like you're tipping in.
Yeah. You're tapping the lens.
Yes. And so when you step in like.
No, sir. No fancy cat. Well, long time I know you, but I never know, sir. You master that thing, man. No, man. It's like you wear heels when I see or something, man.
A lot of...
My video for them there, you know what I mean? I am the bigger boss. No, cat.
No,
really. I learned some new things, boy.
That's how it starts.
So, boy, a good advice.
Good advice.
Again, so it upon the advice team for ladies in heels.
Team, yes.
Because, you know, if her flats are flat, but her heels, you have to count step in it like that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But hold on a second. Reese Brady. Risa Brady, hi, how you doing? I just wave your right hand. Oh, she's hearing me.
She's hearing
awesome. Beverly Anderson, how you doing?
Looks like a kitchen scene, man.
A kitchen shower work. I'll Cheryl Lewis too.
Yeah. No, this is when we talk about the lady there who alone and she still have on her mask.
No, yeah. That's serious. Yeah. That's serious, Kemal. You sleep in it? Do you take a shower in it? No, this is serious. Marvelin not paying nobody no mind.
Case still no, see, when Obama wife name?
Michelle.
See, Michelle Obama. Oh, she move it. The hairstyle, see her there?
Patrina Williams.
Yes.
With the Michelle. No, man, that's not fancy cat. Put a Patrina Williams. Me not tell her which hairstyle is. Watch your cat.
Yes, I see it now.
Watch your cat.
Yes.
Jamaica. I am so proud of Jamaica and Jamaicans. I love Jamaica. And that time, I went to get video, you know.
Yes.
I went to get video.
So when you, can you say, should they add pan it, you know, you say, when you don't see Patrina, me get right?
Yeah.
It's because she's
working.
All
that hairstyle you wear. You understand? Know that hairstyle there. Oh, okay, Mullen, is that your hair?
Uh-oh.
That's your hair. Yes, she said, of course. To take out the mask. Of course, it's my hair. Because whether you were born with the hair,
yes,
or you purchased the hair,
yes,
from you have the receipt for the hair,
yes,
it's your hair.
It's your hair, baby.
Yes, just type in the chat, my hair.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Nadel, she's smart enough. She just put up a picture and cut.
Yeah. But your hair we do.
Make sure your hair, because you're going to run her back and wash.
Yeah. Your hair. Look, man. Yvette Democard, how are you? Yvette, can you hear me? How are you? Nice.
Okay.
You know the way you go even go airport.
No, that's the queen.
That's the queen. You can't go near the Queen right now in a fancy cat. You know, say yesterday, to the Queen. You know, yesterday the Queen was confirmed COVID-19 positive. You know.
The Queen was
Queen Elizabeth. Yeah.
Is it?
Yesterday. Yeah.
No, where she go?
No, is it? It's all good here.
Oh yes.
You know.
Some hands should shake.
You have to have the wave. You have to have the wave.
Yeah,
But we could have spent here all day, man. Me like
Yes.
this. When we call next year, when we get back in the room again,
Yes,
when everybody can present.
I like how you're smart.
Oh,
you know,
my God.
I love how you're smart. You put your beg the work from now. Them don't know what I go.
You understand? Next year.
So say it again.
When we get back in the room again.
Yes.
When look here. Now make sure the boss endorse it to them, man. You know what I mean? This man the founder, you know, man. If they're gonna can't keep any function and don't have the Honorable Danny Williams, he has to be
He
here.
has to be
So
there.
that we gonna be.
Yes.
We're gonna be. And bro,
Yes.
you look like Danny Williams
Yes.
too.
So the younger.
Hold on.
So
You
that again?
not getting out. See what I go on, man. You have the hairstyle.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
You
copy,
see?
you know, the only thing we have to try next year and not come looking together.
Not come looking together.
Change the clothes.
Change the clothes.
Because people tend to say when they see in a one clothes and them see them not see again for a long time, you know. And when them buck you again, they have had to see it cannot change.
No, it happened to be for real.
For real?
Yeah, it happened to go barber shop and somebody said, I want to take a picture with you, but no bother. I say, no, man, it's all right, man. Yeah, no, it's all right. I did take a picture of you already. I said, no, man, you can't take another one. Yeah, I cannot understand. When you show me the picture, me and man the exact same thing. And up on a plane, you know. You know what I mean?
So
but that's good.
Switch it up.
If you are wearing clothes,
yes,
where we're already,
yes,
it means you own the clothes.
That's right.
It's like you own your pension. Mm-hmm. You understand?
That's ownership.
And listen, when you have pension at Sagicor,
Yes.
it means you're in the right place.
You're in
because
there.
other pensions are not pensions.
No, no.
Till it's Sagicor pension.
Till you're with Sagi.
You understand?
Yes.
You may talk about that now. Kind of next year, come back.
I tell you so we are working it. Man.
But by the way, though, and it's required you work from home now. The rules change.
Yeah.
People don't know when the work start and when the work end. When you're working from home.
Yes, and when you're at home, nothing we tend to just put on a top.
Right. And top.
So if you're wearing a good bottom now, stand up.
Yeah, the skirt and pants and those things.
Nice, man.
Yes,
nice,
Marvelin.
Marvelin. You
Yes,
shave and
Marvelin.
look good.
Yes, Marvelin. Yes. Who else can stand up? Michelle Morris, can you stand up, Michelle?
Yes, Evelyn,
Let me see.
nice.
Oh, yes, Michelle can stand up.
Yes.
Annalene Shaw can stand up too.
Yes.
What about you, Petrina Williams, with that hairstyle? I would love to see what. Hey!
Yes,
Spin around. You go, Petrina. What, Karen Barker, what about you, Karen Barker? You know, this is a good test. Yes, Kimberly, I see that green skirt, yes. Yeah, let me see Karen Barker now. What you yes.
Karen Dave never on a top.
Yes, she have on everything, man. She have on nice.
Is a suit.
But this is unusual when a fancy
Yes.
because normally people don't wear them save down your sort of clothes.
Yeah, because I'm going to top them and see.
But anyway, as I was saying before, sometimes when you at home working, you don't know when the work done and when the work start. That's how when you don't say the work done now when your phone start ring and you have to dance to it, you know? Yeah, you know.
People, not no more than somebody with their online and call me.
Yeah.
Watch, me attack. What wrong with them people here? Wait, let me tell them. I'm there on stage right now, so I can't talk to you. Around foreign call.
A real foreign call, do you?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a booster call.
It's a booster call. Green card.
Anyway, Sagicor.
Yes.
My name is Iting.
And of course, I'm the fat one.
And it's when we are at work and the show done, people always figure say, you leave your big, when you are at work somewhere, at the end of the work day, I can ask Michelin, you don't start get busier at 4:30. I don't know if that's what Alicia telling the staff to do. Alicia, she's the vice president of marketing. At the end of the day, they start get busier at the end of the day. When the work done.
Yeah, you start
so same
wrap
thing as
up.
comedians too.
You see?
When we done work.
Work done. I'm a big joke for you after this.
I am going to try that in about 3 minutes. Now, we have a special gift for attendees who, thank you, IT and Fancy Cat. We love you guys. We can't wait till we're doing this again for a sea of thousands of people. Are you ready? Yes, yes, yes. Is that serious something? Nowadays, cut open that toothpaste tube, put the water in the lotion bottle, shake it up, throw it on your foot and rub up. Same stuff. We have a special gift for those of you who registered to attend the seminar. Are you ready? Are you ready? You have to be ready. I love it. Arlene Lawrence, you are welcome. She says, thanks, Sagicor, for an informative day, the exercises, and the laughter. You are very welcome. All participants who registered for today's seminar will receive a special gift certificate from Gift Me. Please look out for the link in your email to redeem. It's yes, thank you. Yes, 11111111. I said you're getting a special prize. Make sure you look out in your email, okay? Please do so. It has been our pleasure to host you once again for our pension investment seminar, pooled pension investment seminar. The only thing that we ask of you is don't keep this information to yourself. Make sure that you spread the love, so to speak, and all of what you've learned with the pensioners or with your clients, with our clients, whom you have the opportunity to be trustees over their pension funds. Thank you very much for joining us, and on behalf of the entire Sagicor team, please have an awesome day. My name is Alicia White, and it's been my pleasure to be your master of ceremonies. Have a great day. Oh, wait, no, wait. I'm done.